from right now. Chief Meteorologist Gerard Jabali is going to jump on the old weather wall, Gerard, and I'll drive the radar if you want, but we can talk more about what we are seeing with this.
All right, Justin, you've been doing a great job so far. So
let's get his mic on, guys. His mic's not on right now. So
mic 6.
Mic 6 is on. There we go. We got it.
Okay, so it sounds like we got our mic working now, Justin. So he's been covering, of course, this is the beginning of what is expected to be a very busy day across the region. And right now, of course, he's been talking about this cell that's moving in towards Carroll County. And yes, we have been watching as each of these cells has been starting to really begin and rotate. Now, this is at least round number 1. We could be seeing additional rounds later. So he is watching this very carefully, and he has been tracking the fact that the atmosphere is just so well suited to get these individual cells spinning and moving at incredibly high speed to go along with it. So yes, we are still going to be watching this for some time. Now, good news is we just had this tornado warning at least expire or get canceled. Justin, I'll let you double check that.
Montgomery County is still till noon, Gerard,
yes.
That little bottom one there, but we got about 4 minutes left, and then the one that is just creeping into Carroll County still is noon as well. But my guess is they're going to possibly expand this. I mean, when I pop up the, we were both looking at the velocity, right? The storm relative velocity, and if it's holding together, they could expand it up into.
They could expand. Let's see if they reissue it. So far, my update here may be just a minute or so ahead. So right now, at least what I'm seeing, this one has expired, but our attention's a little bit. We lost some mics. Okay, we're back.
Yeah, we're back.
Justin, let's also keep our eyes on the correlation coefficient at the same time. Yeah. What we're going to be showing here is what we call the correlation coefficient. You don't need to know that. It's essentially a debris detector in the atmosphere where the radar can detect the difference in what it is seeing in the cell itself. So let's get real close and we can kind of keep an eye on this. We're trying to look at what we are seeing within the cell. Are we seeing just rain, or are we seeing a mixture of rain and other things? Remember, tornadoes are fast-moving wind vortexes which lift debris in the air, and the radar itself can detect that. Are we on weather 2 right now, Justin, or weather 1 behind me?
That's weather 1 right now, Gerard, but if they want to pop up a double screen to have weather 2 up as well, because I just pulled up the CC for you, and I circled that part you were talking about, possibly where we could be seeing some debris. Again, the early reports on this storm when it was down near Loudon, Virginia, just a little while ago, they were saying it was just really strong winds and really heavy rain, and it was really brief too.
Okay.
So
it's going to move quickly, but let's get weather 2 behind me here, and I want you to kind of bounce between exactly what we're showing.
She has you on weather 1. Okay. She's circling it for you there.
So that's Jasmine showing
it.
So
1,
very clearly here we have a circulation. Okay, the radar is down here. And so right there where it's green, that's winds moving towards the radar, and where it's red, it's moving away. So this is the circulation that she's circled. Now let's go to the debris detector. We're looking within this zone. Now we're looking for colors that are different, not these reds, not these pinks. What we're looking for is either a lighter shade of green or blue. That's not there yet. That is somewhat of a good thing. That means the radar has not confirmed a tornado here. It doesn't mean it couldn't be happening, though. Remember, the radars are pointing upwards a little bit. The Earth is curved a little bit. With that happening, it could obviously miss what is happening near the ground. The beam at this location is, it's about 3,000 feet in the air. So with that, you got to realize that there's still something happening near the ground. Debris may not be lofted that high, but at least it's not an indication for sure of something there, but we have to treat it like that.
Yeah, and the line is right on Westminster's doorstep, Gerard, right at this time, if you put it back to reflectivity, or if they want to take weather 2 on this as well, because that's what I'm driving right here. Jasmine's driving weather 1
There you go, weather
back.
2, perfect.
But yeah, weather 2, you can see, I mean, there it is. I mean, there's the line right there, and there's Westminster, where we're getting, I'd say 5 to 7 lightning strikes here, just from Taneytown, just again to the west of Westminster. But that tornado warning is it's not actually in the Westminster region. It's just in that part of Carroll County that's just clipping it, and up into Frederick County as well.
Yes.
Let's see what my phone just buzzed.
It's just getting ready to move across the
here
county
it is.
border.
Now it's tornado. It's Howard and Carroll till 12:15. So that's that's the second one down here.
Yes, the second one just got reissued.
Right
the old one did. And my guess is, since that circulation's still strong enough, Justin, they may reissue the one for Carroll County again too.
Yeah.
But the one that's just getting ready to cross, it's crossing I-70 right now near Mount Airy. In fact, that is almost the the near perfect location where we had the last confirmed tornado on Wednesday.
Right.
It was between Mount Airy and Cooksville. So this same area getting hit again. That's the new tornado warning, and that is until 12:15. What is the forward speed on this right now?
Jasmine, what's the forward speed on that? I can't see that.
I got it. Moving northeast at 35 miles per hour.
35,
so
thank you. 35, 40 miles an hour.
Yes.
So yeah, Reisterstown in about 24 minutes, Owings Mills in about 26 minutes, Eldersburg about 12 minutes away. And just like you said, it's right there in Mount Airy as it continues to track at about, you said 35 to 40 miles per hour.
So
and there's the new one for Frederick and Carroll County.
We're expecting that. Good.
Just what you thought. Yeah.
Okay, so we still have 2 tornado warnings in effect right now. The new one just came out for Carroll County. We have both for Carroll County included here, Justin.
Yeah, now it goes till 12:15. So there's New Windsor, Tawnytown. You're getting hit with this right now. There's Westminster right there in the center of your screen, but you can see the leading edge of this. And, you know, as you were talking about that storm relative velocity right there, back through just south of Union Bridge, it looks like there's that little bit of that green and that red.
That's the stronger circulation to what I see as the northern cell. That's going to clip possibly northern Westminster going into Carroll County. But I don't want to forget the one to the south. I mean, that's in a better environment. Go to the reflectivity on there. I'd like to show this because it's got a better bend to it. Can we bring the chroma key back up on weather 2?
Yeah, put the chroma key on, put 2 on, weather 2 on the chroma key for Gerard so he can talk about it while I'm driving if that's possible in the back. I know I appreciate you guys doing that here because we just,
crew's working hard as we're shifting gears here.
We're just doing lifestyle and then these tornado warnings popped up as we've been talking about all morning long. And this is just that first line, not the squall line that's coming through later tonight. This is just the first line that is there. So if they can pop up weather 2 on the chroma key, there you are. Look at that. All right.
All right. So this is what we look for, notches like this. When we have a notch in there, we know that the storm is getting stronger. At the very least, it's got some good inflowing winds. And this would be the location that we would see that. Now let's put the velocity back on there. You'll see right in here, this is what we're talking about. Now we don't have a lot of red in here, so it's kind of hard to pick up on exactly how much of the inflowing wind is occurring, but we do know that that is that circulation that's here. And now it's moving right over the Lisbon over here to Woodbine. Now we've got to keep an eye on is Sykesville, Eldersburg. You guys would be moving, it'd be moving very near your location here in just the next 5 to 10 minutes or less. These storms are going to move pretty quickly. Even if you're not hit by a tornado today, guys, the winds in these storms are going to be strong. We're likely going to see some of these storms producing wind gusts over 70 miles per hour. That can, of course, cause a lot of damage. Trees falling on your home or a tornado moving over the top of it can sometimes cause the same amount of damage. So we want everyone to take this seriously. And let's not forget, the entire area right here in that yellow polygon, that does include Baltimore County and just barely clipping northern Baltimore City. That's a severe thunderstorm warning. This severe thunderstorm warning is out until 12:30, correct.
Yeah.
So even if you're not in these tornado warnings, the severe thunderstorm warning does include all of these regions which could still be impacted by those powerful winds that we were concerned about. All right, let's check on the northern cell another moment here as we get these new scans in. I'm still not seeing anything on the debris detector yet, Justin, which again, somewhat good news, but the problem is just that we can't necessarily trust these radars being so far away. Yeah. But if we saw something more significant on correlation coefficient or debris detector, that would be something much worse.
So right here, you can see that. That's the one you were talking about, right?
So let's co-locate that. Let's make sure that there's actually something in reflectivity there.
Okay.
Okay, so there's not. So that's the thing, is we have to co-locate that blue spot. There's got to be something in reflectivity right here. So if you bounce back, you see it's clear there. Yep. So that is not a tornadic debris signature yet. That's the good news. So we're looking at this very carefully. Anyone else looking at this would easily say, oh my gosh, big blue blob, that's debris. No, it must be co-located, and we need to see it for 2 scans as well to be sure.
That is tough, yeah.
It is, but it's you know, the reason why, you know, we've been trained for this for years and have to study this stuff so hard because, again, it's easy to make mistakes when you're just looking at radar. And we have to remind people one other thing, Justin. A lot of people are looking for hook echoes. A hook echo is not always going to prove a tornado is there or not there. Hooks are that shape that I was telling you about, and some classic supercells can give you that, but it is not absolutely going to be there with a tornado. You can easily have one on the ground without a hook echo.
That's exactly right, Gerard. And again, the environment that we were talking about, I mean, just in the last hour, Westminster got to 70 degrees. We're still in the 60s in Baltimore City and down through Arbutus and Linthicum. So, I mean, temperatures have been rising most of the morning. We have that really active environment that is, you know, dealing with the instability. But what the Weather Service and what we've all been talking about is that wind shear.
Yeah.
That's the biggest thing that we're going to be facing later today, especially with that squall line that we'll see later this afternoon.
And this is kind of partially, like we said, maybe round one of this, because as you can see, it is in sort of a line, but we have embedded circulations, and this is exactly the thing that we were expecting. The question is the timing. It was tough to get the timing nailed down. We knew that we would have some waves coming in of storms. The question is exact timing of each wave was an extremely difficult, near impossible thing to do, but we knew that the window of time for severe weather would begin around lunchtime and could go through the evening. So back to velocity, again, we're still seeing those circulations. Justin, does it look to you like this one may not be as strong as it was earlier? I know it's a little elevated of a circulation, but
yeah, right there, and that's exactly what you were talking about. Let me get this thing and circle it there for you.
Right there near Union Bridge, New Windsor. It doesn't look as strong as it did further downstream.
I agree.
But we still are going to keep close eyes on this, and of course stay on the air as long as these warnings. Even now, that brand new scan just came in. It looks a little dirtier. So good news, but you know it's not absolutely certain that we are done here.
And we haven't seen a lot of this with the Mount Airy one that we were just talking about.
Right.
I mean, I don't see really, you know, a shining light in terms of like, okay, that's exactly where that storm is, because as you said, we put the CC on, now it moved it over there, but then it doesn't really reflect with the reflectivity that you were talking about in terms of having that debris ball.
It's got to be co-located. Jasmine's behind here, and she's keeping close eyes on the reports. Jasmine, please walk out to us if you hear anything with damage reports of anything, and definitely give it to us right here. You can absolutely walk out and let us know what you hear. In the meantime, again, this is just round one, Justin. We could see another round further back to the west. That's not really materialized yet. Now, the one good thing we could say is that if these storms are strong enough, they have the potential to help rob the atmosphere of some of that energy. And maybe round two won't be as strong. That's what we want. But either way, we're already getting round one of potentially tornadic storms that may be coming in a little sooner. But either way, we're on guard for each of these waves, no matter which one is going to be the big one of the day.
Yeah, the NWS just said that additional storms on the southern flank going through Orange and Spotsylvania County, that's in Virginia. But again, that's the southern flank of this system that they were talking about on the conference call earlier this, just a little while ago, talking about how this whole line, when you zoom all the way out and they talk about the ones that go all the way down, I mean, now we're seeing stuff down west of D.C., down through Dale City and all the way down into Charlottesville, that kind of line right there. This is what they were saying. This is going to be round one, and then that squall line that's coming in later this afternoon is going to be possibly a lot bigger.
Could be another big wind maker for that one.
Yeah, the wind maker. And that's what we have to remember too, Gerard, and as you and I and Jasmine and Amy always talk about, is that, you know, people think, oh, it's just, if it's not a tornado, I'm fine. But severe thunderstorms and damaging winds, 60, 70 miles an hour like you're talking about.
They're talking 85 possible in some of these, okay? 85-mile-per-hour winds. With the number of trees and hills we have around here, those trees get tumbled to the ground in sometimes 30 and 40-mile-per-hour winds. You can imagine what 80 would do. That can fall on cars, crush people in vehicles, and of course land on homes. This is not something you want to be in a vehicle. And while we're on the thought of vehicles, these are crossing major highways. Everyone that's in a vehicle, if you are in one of these warnings, it's best to exit, get off the road. Do not park under a bridge or overpass. That is not shelter. In fact, that's worse. It will increase the wind speeds. All right, so it looks like you've drawn out at least a new track. So.
Yeah, just a little bit. Just seeing that, you know, Reisterstown in about 7 or 8 minutes doesn't mean that it's tornado warned, but that storm is coming your way. And within the 83 corridor, you just mentioned roads, and you know it's going to be crossing 83 probably in about 20 to 25 minutes, heading over toward Cockeysville and northern Baltimore County. Again, we're only seeing the warning in parts of Carroll County at this time, and also down here for well, the other part of Carroll County, but this is the one that goes down past into Mount Airy into the 12:15 time time frame, and that's coming up in about 6 minutes.
Yeah, Howard County's almost out of this warning as the circulation's getting ready to cross out of Howard County, so that's the good thing. But again, we could still be seeing some new developments there. Right now, Carroll County, of course, is the one that we're talking about more than anything, but this is downstream of Baltimore County. So
and they're telling us that they have Westminster on the smart board. If you want to call for it, if we can pull that up.
You want to take a look at it briefly. So this is Westminster. This is where the heavy rain has just moved through the region, and we do know there were some powerful winds. Of course, a lot of traffic on the road there, but Westminster proper is just barely outside of that warning polygon. New Windsor's in it. It's just to the west of you guys in Westminster. So we're hoping that it stays just out of range of Westminster. But again, some more good news. At the very least, I'm not seeing the circulation as strong and as well defined as it was earlier, Justin. That is some good news.
I agree with you. And again, it's going to be the wind that we'll see from these storms. The shot we have up is 140 and 97 up there in Carroll County. But we'll go back to weather 2 and on the wall if you want, where we still have the 2 tornado warnings, again, for Carroll and parts of Howard County. And those are these warnings right here. Even if I was to just turn this off, you can kind of see where these 2 warnings are. And just to the kind of west of Westminster and down south, as you were talking about,
as you'd extend them, you could see how they would eventually be moving into parts of Baltimore County. So Baltimore County, you got to be ready. We're going to stay on the air as long as the warnings are in effect. Right. But they could, easily get dropped, and we could see new circulations form. So Baltimore County, northern Baltimore County especially, be on guard, ready to jump into shelter if we get some new warnings, because this system's going to be headed through you. But again, the good news is both circulations that we are seeing at least showing some signs of weakening. So we're hoping that they'll allow these warnings to expire or get canceled, and then maybe we can at least breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief if that's the case. But Justin, I'm more concerned now about the southern cell. The northern one just is not exactly looking so good on reflectivity.
So you want the one here on 70,
the southern cell looks a little bit more, I mean, look at the shape of this. Again, we were talking hook geckos. That's not always an indicator, but they can absolutely show at least what's going on. So see this sharp edge right here? This is at least looking a little bit more impressive now on reflectivity. We'll see if the velocity comes up or we see more of a circulation here. Okay, so I just now have both warnings that have at least expired or canceled. I'll wait until you've confirmed that.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
So my radar can sometimes be just a second, maybe a minute ahead. So
you have the better radar, is that what you're saying, because you're the chief? Is that why?
Somewhat. It could be, Justin. I'll share it with you anytime, of course.
But in all seriousness, I mean, these warnings are, I've been talking about it all morning, and you and I and Amy and Jasmine, we always talk about, find a way to get warnings here. I mean, we're on TV right now, and we know a lot of people maybe aren't on TV, especially when they're in their safe spot.
Live streaming is a good way too.
Yeah, and you're going to be live streaming all afternoon. You're going to be here with Jasmine. We're going to be on Facebook Live. You're going to be on YouTube. All of the social channels. That way, when and if we get more of these warnings and more of these alerts, you're going to be able to talk about them and talk people through them, so people can know exactly where they need to go to get safe and to get to their safe spot.
Exactly. So we're still just going to stay with this until we have confirmation that these warnings have been canceled or expired. But at the very least, we do know that the severe thunderstorm warning is still in effect until 12:30, which we do know that we could easily see winds gusting there very high in some of these cells. We could be seeing wind gusts over 70 miles per hour within this line right here. But we're looking to see if this reconsolidates, Justin, because this edge right here looks far more impressive to me than what's going on up in Carroll County at the moment.
And this thing is racing through Carroll County too. I mean, it's been definitely, well, this thing keeps flipping over on me. So, but this thing keeps racing through parts of Carroll County. And as you mentioned, with that severe thunderstorm warning in Baltimore County until 12:30, it's heading to the I-83 corridor. I mean, you're going to see that.
Reisterstown, Owings Mills are probably some of the next communities. It's basically just over Sykesville at this point. So, again, we're still going to keep close watch on this one. Sykesville, you should be in your safe place anyway, just because it's right over the top of you. The circulation doesn't look too powerful at the moment, but just because that's done doesn't mean we couldn't see some new initiation along this line here. That line does look very impressive, but
and the southern one does look a little bit more active than the one that's to the north.
No doubt. Reisterstown, Owings Mills are the communities.
So relative velocity on there.
Can we get a track on that and get a rough timing on Owings Mills and Reisterstown, and bring it all the way up to Cockeysville?
Okay. No worries here.
Moving, I still believe roughly, we'll keep it at a 35 mile per hour track.
35 miles per hour, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, well, it's 25, so give me a second here.
That's fine. He's got to do some adjustments. Take your time, Justin.
Yeah, because it's like, there we go. So that's 35 miles an hour. So, okay, there we go. So there's a kind of a list of where we're going to see this edge of the storm, the one that we're a little bit more concerned about. The northern edge is still going to bring a lot of wind and rain to 83, but this one right here, that's kind of rolling right down the I-70 corridor over to Ellicott City, probably in about 10 to 12 minutes, and Owings Mills possibly in about 15 minutes from right now.
Correct. I'm just going to check one thing. We're going to just change this lapse increment to 1 minute. Sometimes you get some sooner updates on that.
Okay, got it.
But either way, I mean, I'm still not seeing the new tornado warnings going out, and maybe our system is just hanging with them because it knows that they were officially in effect, but it has not canceled them yet. But we're going to stay on the air to make sure. But again, the community is right here. So Reisterstown in just 13 minutes, Randallstown 12 minutes, Ellicott City only 10 minutes away. And as you can see, while Columbia, it's further south, it's not in that really region that we're concerned about. So it's really Eldersburg for now. As you can see, it's right on top of them.
Yep.
Okay, so those warnings are just expired.
Yeah,
okay,
did,
good. So I'm glad that has been confirmed. So at least we can return you back to regular programming here soon, and we're going to hope that we don't get a reissuance, but let's just stay on the air for another 60 seconds to make sure nothing gets reissued, because we've had that happen before.
Yeah, and that southern edge, I just kind of narrowed it a little bit, but Randallstown, as you mentioned, about 15 minutes, Owings Mills, 16 minutes, so Pikesville, probably about 20 minutes or so. This is going to be, you're going to see this when you're outside, because it's going to be coming from west to east. And as you said, Gerard, like sometimes with these storms, they rob the atmosphere of that instability, which there hasn't been a lot of instability. That's the whole thing. It's mainly wind shear that we're dealing with the setup.
But there's so much of it, all you need is a little bit. And something to note, Justin, on my drive in here in just the last hour, I came from, just out of Baltimore County near Timonium. The upper altitude, it was foggy. It was not easy to see out there. So while you can say you can see it coming on radar, you can see it coming visually, you may not be able
That's
to.
True. That's a good point.
It could easily be obstructed by all the trees, all the clouds, the fog, and so we don't want you to wait until you visually see something. I know that's a natural inclination for people to do.
You got to listen to those alerts that go off on your phone, and again, track this with Gerard and with Jasmine and everybody this afternoon, as you guys are going to be live all afternoon long. Whether or not we're on TV, actual linear TV, but we're on digital.
We will be streaming this exactly.
And of course, anytime we get any kind of tornado warnings, in our area, we will cut into programming here for the afternoon and into the evening time.
All right. So before we send it back to programming, again, still that severe thunderstorm warning until 12:30. It does include Baltimore County just north. This line is still very, very strong, where we could still see wind gusts of 60 to 70 miles an hour. But we're still keeping our eye right in here, just in case a new tornado warning could be issued. The good news is, while the shape looks rather it definitely looks threatening to meteorologists to see this sort of curvature, but the velocity will switch over to that really quick. You can see there's not much of a circulation here. You can see that green right there. That's the line of strong winds coming in. But there's not a huge circulation in there at the moment, and that's the hope. So, Justin, if you're comfortable, I think we can turn this back to programming. Of course, we'll break in as soon as we have a new tornado warning to issue or to mention to you. But everyone in northern Baltimore County, be on the ready for this first round of storms. Again, 70-mile-per-hour winds will be possible, if not likely, with these storms, and we'll be covering it throughout the rest of the afternoon. Justin's done a great job all morning long, warning of everybody what is to come. So, in the meantime, sending you back to regular programming. Keeping it here with Fox 45. We will keep you advised.
The shooting as an act of terrorism, and the accused gunman, 36-year-old Mohammed Jallo, is a former Virginia National Guardsman who lived in Sterling. This is video from late Thursday night as the FBI raided his home. Jallo was previously convicted of trying to help ISIS, but was released early. The Israeli military says the man who carried out an attack on a Michigan synagogue last week had a brother in the Lebanese militant group Hezbollah, that group considered a terrorist organization by the United States. The attacker of Temple Israel has been identified as 41-year-old.
Hey Siri, text Elise.
In a statement, the IDF says.
I'll just tell him we'll ignore the fact that Frederick is a destroyed wreck and head to the yoga center. love the backwards view. It's a giant satellite. So yeah, 27 Mount Airy. Does the yoga place even need electricity? They're like the Amish of India. One of my favorite stories I ever did was there was some massive power outage in DC because of some big thing in southern Maryland, and the electrical thing that went out was surrounded by Amish farms. So we got a shot of somebody with like a yoke of oxen plowing and panned to the power thing that went out. I was like, well, the people closest to it don't even need it. It was great. I'm from Pennsylvania and was used to the Amish. It's the only day in DC I've ever been on an Amish farm for a story. They got them down there. You ever been out that way, like Amish country, southern Maryland?
Yeah, they have them in Delaware too.
They're everywhere. Yeah, I grew up till I was 12, and we had Amish on our street, one of our homes.
Well, we are actually officially storm chasing.
Yeah, I just, as a backup, I asked if Sherry could be ready for a Zoom if this turn, because when this next line moves through, there may not be much for a while. I feel like even if we get power lines down, they'll have us at least do a VOSAT. Especially
Venezuela's been fantastic. Millions, literally millions of barrels of oil are being taken out, and it's been
closely looking at Slack. I'll just be asking you questions here or there, you know what I mean? So as long as you are good on that stuff. Persistent stream key, okay, start. There we go. All right, I'm almost ready to go if you guys are. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Chief Meteorologist George Bailey here for Fox 45. We're still tracking severe weather in the region. We've already had 2 tornado warnings that occurred earlier this afternoon and late in this morning. We're going to continue to live stream everything that we are seeing right now, and I hope we don't have to break into programming, but this is for those who are still interested in wanting to get updates on the weather that's happening out there today and at this very moment. And we're able to bring that to you off the air, but here live on Facebook and all of our other streaming platforms. So that's what we're going to continue to do right now and through the rest of the day as things occur. Now, we have had several tornado warnings ongoing earlier, but those have expired. That's the good news. We're going to continue to show you what we have here. Let's take links 1 full, everyone, and we'll show you exactly what we've been watching. So just moments ago, they actually took down the severe thunderstorm warning, which was in effect until 12:30. So that just expired, but still, this is a strong storm headed up towards Manchester, just south of there, over towards Cedarhurst, and just grazing Reisterstown. We're going to see this moving in over I-83 in just the next 5 to 15 minutes, it will make those impacts to that region. If you get hit by this storm, you can expect some torrential rain, but possibly wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour. It is not severe at this moment. We're continuing to keep close eyes on radar to make sure that it is not going to continue to strengthen. But as you can see, that's just one storm that we've had to deal with. We may be talking about multiple rounds later today, which I'm going to show you all of what you need to anticipate going through this afternoon. So again, there's the storm. Again, not severe warned at the moment, but as you can see, it is now clipping parts of Reisterstown and up towards Manchester and eventually crossing 83. So be ready to actually take cover if this does produce anything tornadic, because that is absolutely possible today. Do we have a Reisterstown camera by chance, crew, or anything along 83? All right, stand by. We're still looking for cameras, and in the meantime, I want to make sure everyone knows what's going on today. So this is a pretty high threat that we have to deal with today. On a scale of 1 to 5, it's a level 4. We're talking about wind gusts 70 miles per hour or greater. A tornado threat is absolutely there. With the winds that we could be seeing today, down trees would be likely, power outages would be likely along some of these storms. Overall, the threat there, as you can see, say that one more time, Andrea. Okay, so we have a shot on 83 there. So there is minimal traffic, as you can see. That's the good news, and I'm hoping if anyone is in the path of the storm, if a warning is issued, you will take shelter. So that's the way things are looking on I-83 South, at least looking to the south here, and that's from MDOT transportation cameras. All right, back to Lynx 1, please. Again, this is the overall outlook that we're talking about today. Damaging winds will be the main threat, and isolated tornado will also be possible, but this is a level 4 out of 5. And for the tornado threat also has been increased, level 4. In fact, it looks as if they have expanded this further north today. So including D.C. into Baltimore, that threat for tornadoes will still be significant, and a few strong tornadoes will be possible. But that's not the only thing. We're going to be talking about the threat for I need to bring the colors down so we can see this. The significant threats are still pretty high. This is the threat for damaging winds. It's pegged 5 out of 5 D.C. over here towards Baltimore. Now, while we are still in a level 4 threat over here towards Baltimore proper, we can't discount this. This could easily be a bad day for wind damage. Now, let's show you the timing of this. Again, there are no active warnings in our area now, so we have the ability to give you a little bit of an idea for forecasting purposes what we're expecting. So storms are going to race through pretty quickly. I'm going to step this little by little for you to see. So starting, going into 1 o'clock, still some of these cells will be out there. I'm hoping that we'll see some of them actually linger. If we have more activity happen earlier, this could help put a damper on things later down the road. Look at what is still expected to come our way. More cells developing out in front, but these bigger cells that could be coming through later on this afternoon and evening, these could be some of the most powerful ones we deal with. But if we have a lot of activity ahead of time, it will actually help rob these storms of the energy they need to sustain themselves and be strong or even severe. So the more of this kind of activity we see out ahead of it, the better. That would be the best case scenario. If not, and they stay strong, we could easily be looking at some strong damaging winds. The tornado threat will still be there, but it may be at a slightly lower level if we see some of those showers. Otherwise, you see that's the overall timing of things. By 7 o'clock, starting to cross the bay, we don't want to take this exactly as you see it, because it could happen plus or minus an hour from what we're showing you. And then hopefully by 9, the severe threat will be completely over. The rain will not be completely over with. So still a lot to deal with. Again, this was going to be our overall timeline for the Baltimore region. As you can see, the heavy rain threat will be ongoing this entire afternoon. That severe threat will linger until around 6 o'clock for Baltimore. As the storms exit, we'll see showers lingering, but the severe threat will drop. All right, so quick update again on the radar picture. Again, this is looking actually halfway decent for Baltimore County, meaning we're not seeing it warned at this moment. The winds inside are still strong enough to where we could be seeing some potentially damaging winds, but not the really, really strong kind where they're severe. Severe is 58-mile-per-hour winds or greater. Pretty soon I'm going to have Jasmine Lomax join as she's getting her equipment fired up. She's going to be able to tell us if there's any further reports or anything like that. Jasmine, pipe in or chime in anytime you want to. if you see or hear of anything that's in our area. But in the meantime, again, this is our storm that we have to deal with at the moment, tracking north all the way to the Pennsylvania border. So all the communities that will be in the path, there they are, and some of them could be anywhere from Whitehall, Hampstead getting hit pretty hard, Reisterstown getting hit pretty hard right now too. But we're going to start to see some improvements in those regions soon. Let's bring up the Reisterstown camera. I believe we might have that. And I'm going to bring up our Towson camera, which also might be pointed in that same semi-direction here. Jasmine, there's Reisterstown camera, and that's I-75. I believe that's looking northbound. You see some clouds there right at the horizon. That's the base of that storm that we're talking about. And that's what folks would be possibly driving into. The storm itself, it just doesn't look like that really terrible, dark-looking sky that you might see from some of those big-time summertime thunderstorms. That's not what we're looking for today. These storms are going to be relatively what we call low-topped. They're not going to be super tall, so those clouds may not be super, super dark. But the amount of wind shear that we have in the atmosphere, the spin in the atmosphere, where these storms can harness the winds above us, above your head, where those winds are blowing 85 plus miles per hour. This is the issue, is the fact that they'll be able to take those winds and shove them to the ground, and that would cause some damage. Now, there's a lot of traffic there on I-75. That's the good news, is the fact that we do not have a warning yet, but we're hoping it'll stay that way. Again, this is round one of what could easily be more than 2 rounds of storms. All right, another quick back look to the radar. We're going to loop it for you to show you what has happened. Overall, the line has weakened since it first appeared earlier today. Moving through Frederick County, it was very intense. Moving through Carroll County, it was still pretty intense. And it did trigger several tornado warnings, but thankfully that beginning line has weakened. It's a plus minus, though. Now that line has weakened, it may not necessarily be as good at robbing some of the juice from the atmosphere that we would otherwise have in order to produce bigger storms down the road. So that's the bad thing. It just means that it might leave some energy behind with the next round of storms that could possibly harness. And, you know, while we're talking about that energy, I may even try to kind of give you an idea. Temperatures have been really rising pretty quickly. We've already made it to the 60s everywhere. And, well, we could continue to see these numbers climbing into the next several hours, especially behind this first round of storms. So if you're near the bay, it's going to be chillier, but there it is in the 60s, and we're seeing those numbers rising even as we move into the afternoon. Those rising temperatures, as you can see, 65, 66 back toward Gaithersburg. If we even get a speck of sunshine, that's a bad thing. That would help warm things up and provide more energy for these storms. So we've got to continue to keep close eyes on this as we move through the afternoon. While this round may be emptying, the next round that may be setting up later on today could be somewhat of an issue.
Jump in with
Oh, yeah.
Damage reports that we've received.
Thank you, Jasmine.
And a lot of them have come from Montgomery County, where we had that first warning that was in Maryland,
Okay.
the first one for Maryland, I should say. In Clarksburg and Dickerson and in Damascus, wires down. But there was also in Frederick County a vehicle that rolled over, and they were reporting that a tornado was a cause. It could have been a microburst.
Okay.
So it's unconfirmed, but those are some of the damage reports that we've been getting out in the system, impacting more than just us. We've
That's
got
right.
watches all the way down into the south.
That's very
I was
true,
looking
Jasmine.
at some of the flight alerts, the misery map. A lot of flights have been getting delayed and canceled out of BWI, IAD Dulles, and Reagan. So certainly impacts with this, and it's likely going to continue throughout the afternoon and evening, because this is just the first round of those storms.
It is the first round, and the front's got to completely cross before we are completely out of the woods, and that's still further back. We're getting rounds of storms out ahead of it. This storm system is very wide-reaching, down to the Carolinas especially, where we are seeing some of those, and including Virginia, some of the strongest and most intense conditions likely in those regions. That's where it is still looking pretty nasty. Again, I'll kind of briefly go through what we're talking about when it comes to these risks. Level 4 out of 5 for much of the eastern region. Look at these damage reports. My gosh. See all that? I mean, we're going to ignore the snow, but look at all the wind damage reports. Now you know why we are on high alert today, because this system has a history of producing a ton of wind damage and some tornadoes to go along with it. All right, so that's a big problem, but the level 4 threat stretches all the way to parts of South Carolina. The level 3 threat stretches down there as well, and it does include most of Maryland. So that is the overall severe thunderstorm forecast, at least severe thunderstorm threat. Now today's tornado threat is also pretty high. It's a level 3. Jasmine, did this just get downgraded? That's my question. We may have seen at least one step down in category, because I believe we might have had a level 4. If that's the case, that's very encouraging news from the Storm Prediction Center.
It looks like, yeah, we are only in that 10% range, so.
I believe that we're going to go back to check one of my other graphics, because we just showed this moments ago, and it was showing a level 4, but I think we might have been downgraded. 1, 2, 3. I could be mistaken, but let's go by this threat. This is the one that matters here, and I need to just double check one more thing. It's because we have not just the overall threat, we have the significant threat. So we are now at a level 3 out of 5 for the tornado threat. Now that is, like I said, encouraging, but it is not meaning that we can let our guard down. We can still see a lot of bad weather with that, but the tornado threat, it's nice to see at least something has improved, and this could be because we've already seen at least one round of potentially tornadic storms roll through, and that's the first thing that would, be able to help lower the threat. So we're going to be able to actually take this notch, and I am happily able to lower it to now a level 3 out of 5. But still, there is going to be that significant risk for tornadoes today. But by and large, from here on, we're more concerned with the damaging wind threat, which is still pegged at a 5. And that's going to be a bigger problem with the next round. Significant wind damage, gusts over 70 miles per hour possible. I'm going to look at the live feed here and see if I can take some questions, because I'm sure there's going to be some that people have in order to answer whatever you have. I know there's going to be a lot that's coming your way, a lot that we're going to be talking about, a lot that we're going to be dealing with for the next several hours, and so a lot of people are going to have some questions with this. So let me see if I can populate those and try to answer some of them. Again, we're going to stay here, but if there is a tornado warning that does occur, we will have to simulcast live on the air, but we'll also stay here as well. Overall, things are at least looking a bit quieter for our region for the time being, but we still have more cells to come. This one that's getting ready to move through D.C. would be the next one that would be of concern. As it moves through D.C., it will be likely aimed towards northern Anne Arundel County and into Baltimore City. So that's the next one that we've got to keep our eyes on, and then we've got the round that comes in behind it.
Area that you mentioned, Gerard, not too much rotation with it right now. However, there's a good bit of wind on the back end. So we've been talking so much about rotation and the damage that can do, but wind gusts can also have a big impact. It can lead to a lot of damage as well. So we're really keeping an eye on that, and keeping an eye on those wind gusts, which could be 60, even 70 miles per hour, leading to downed wires, downed trees, and thus power outages. So even if you're not under a tornado warning at any point, even if you're under a severe thunderstorm warning, there could be gusty ones with that. And so you want to make sure that regardless, you're finding that safe place and finding that shelter from those wind gusts, or potentially any warnings that are issued.
Yeah, no doubt. The mobile track is out. They're just now getting their camera shot up, as you can see. We're waiting to hear. Did we have a location for them yet? I-795 is what I hear. We'll get a more precise location, but it looks like they're headed towards Reisterstown, and they're working on getting their focus working. There we go. We can see a little bit better. As you can see, it's rainy. The skies look mostly cloudy. If we see any bit of blue sky pop out, that is a bad thing, actually. We do not want to see blue skies. If we see that, that means that we are getting sunlight to the ground, which would warm things up, which would just add fuel to the overall fire that's potentially going to burn later on. Remember, thunderstorms like these feed off of warm, moist air near the ground. The warmer those temperatures, the more fuel they have, the bigger they can get. So again, mobile track out there, a lot of traffic on the roads, of course, with those wet conditions. The wind not blowing too bad now, but this is what it could look like before the storms hit again with round 2. And it could easily hit you a lot faster and a lot harder than you would expect. And next thing you know, you're in gridlock traffic practically, and winds are gusting 70 miles per hour around you. So we want everyone to be very, very careful going around today. If you do get an alert to your phone, please heed the warnings. Try to get off the roads, find a safe exit and a building with a sturdy structure. If you go to a gas station, you know, a lot of times just the best thing to do is get away from the windows, get away from those shelves, against some walls, and wait till the storm passes. You don't want to be in your vehicle. As you heard, Jasmine already mentioned, we already have overturned, at least one overturned vehicle out there, which could have been as a result of a tornado or from just some of these stronger winds. So that is certainly possible. All right, we'll keep an eye on mobile track. If you want to keep that in a double box, we can. Let's also keep it right here on Weather 1. I want to pull up Weather 1 a little bit larger so we can show you this next storm. This one is heading into the D.C. region. This one is severe thunderstorm warning going into D.C., so we know a lot of folks will be commuting back and forth to and from D.C. So this storm is moving into D.C. over the next 20 to 30 minutes. Let's get Weather 1 on that larger box if we can, guys. Take your time. I know they're doing a lot of punching back there to get things set so we can see what's going on. So this storm system is still got the rest of the afternoon to go. The overall progression will be that this system is going to move through the region over the next few hours. This one particular cell is moving, as we can see. I'm going to get an actual track and maybe we can get an idea of what it will look like upstream. Or I should say downstream. So this storm that I'm showing you moving into D.C., it says 60-mile-per-hour winds are likely with it, and it is moving. My goodness, 55 miles per hour. So that's why I want to give a much longer lead time before the warning is even issued. So I've got to put a track on this for 55 miles per hour. That is a heck of a speed to be moving. So here are some of those communities that it could be moving into. So you can see most of them will be impacted by this storm in just the next 15 to 20 minutes. We're talking even Laurel is going to be in the path of that. I might want to get a better track on this than what I just showed you. The storm path is one thing, but the storm speed is another. And got to get the right populations up as well. So here's some of the larger populations. So let's just say this were to move into Baltimore, 1:30. So we're talking 40 minutes time. It could be crossing through D.C. Laurel at 1:16. So moving through parts of Howard County, Anne Arundel County, and then even into Baltimore City in just the next 15 to 30 minutes. Baltimore City, maybe the next 40 minutes. So you've got a little bit of time to make it hopefully home or to your destination if you are in Baltimore City, Anne Arundel County. We don't want you out on the roads when this one is hitting. Please don't be on the roads when this one's hitting. That's obviously not a good place to be, and throughout the day. Now let's talk about a secondary round behind this one more time. The data has been coming in steadily throughout the day, and we're updating these graphics right now as we're on the air with you. So things are going to be shifting, progressing little by little as we see these storms continuing. Okay, so we have a picture from Owings Mills now. Looks like very heavy rain, traffic slowing down here. Owings Mills getting hit with some very heavy rain at this point, and that's about it. I don't see anything else with Owings Mills, but look, this is still a danger. As you can see, people stopped on the road can creep up on you pretty quickly, or sneak up on you, I should say, and stop traffic in heavy rain can spell disaster because you don't see it coming when there's very heavy rain. It may just catch you by surprise. All right, let's go back to Weather 1. We're going to do an hour-by-hour look of the overall progression for these storms. So this is the way things are roughly looking right now. Again, the storms are continuing to move through. The question is when is round 2 going to move through, and how powerful will it be? Will it be this round moving through 3, 4 o'clock? It could absolutely be that way. And will there be these embedded cells? Will they be separated? If they're separated like we're seeing here, the tornado threat would continue to linger. If it becomes more of a solid line, we would be more likely seeing a damaging wind threat than anything, like there. You see how that kind of consolidated into more of a line instead of just individual segments? If this were to occur as you see it, and we can't be certain this is exactly how it's going to unfold, but if that were to happen, this would transition to basically a major damaging wind threat where you could easily see wind gusts over 70 miles per hour. So it's unfortunately pick your poison day when it comes to the progression of these storms. If they stay more isolated, the tornado threat is stronger like you would see here. But if it becomes consolidated, it's widespread wind damage threat. But that's the transition that we're going to be watching for. But overall, we're expecting these storms to start to move to the east. Now, this is one piece of data on FutureScan. I'm going to show you a completely different model that shows a completely different answer. This is why we can't pinpoint it so drastically. Look at the difference, okay? That's one model. That's our in-house Barron model. And now this is what we call the HRRR. High rapid refresh model, essentially, or high resolution rapid refresh. And it shows very, very different scenarios here, but the environment is there. That's what's important. If the environment is supportive of the storms, then we know that we are going to be on guard with that potential for severe weather. Whether it comes through at 3 o'clock or at 6 o'clock, we got to be ready for it. So how does this compare? Well, it's kind of like someone asking us yesterday, hey, you're expecting big waves to crash against the shore tomorrow, right? And I'll say yes. And they say, well, what time will each individual wave hit? That's an impossible thing to really say, but we can say that big waves will hit during a window of time, and you got to be ready for them at any point. Jasmine, anything new to report?
I'm just going through and seeing what people are asking on Facebook. I don't know if
go ahead, fire away.
If you saw any of this, but a lot of people from Sykesville, several people have been reporting it is sunny. Blue skies there.
Oh, that's not good.
No, it's not. Chestertown, I saw the same thing, that the sun came out
satellite
there.
And see.
Sunshine in Westminster, that was about 15 minutes ago, but more recent for those comments that it is sunny in Sykesville, which is not what we want.
No, it is not. I'm going to try to find my visible satellite image here, and I believe this is it right here. So this image right here is going to kind of show what's going on. It's not exactly the easiest thing to look at, but here we go. Moving through that first round, you see the tornado watch. Let me turn off the watches because we just need to be able to see the satellite image, and I'm even going to turn off the radar here. So the first round of storms moved through, and now we're going to try to see if I can get the best possible view of satellite imagery. Oh, I have the time set right. Again, we're building these graphics as we go, guys. So this is just how it is. You're looking and seeing how the sausage is made at the same time. So we'll go back to just the last 3 hours. So some breaks in the clouds right there. There's a couple breaks there. Now it doesn't look at this moment, but you can see Carroll County. There's some of those breaks in the clouds. You see right in there? That is obviously some ground surface heating that we would be getting. So that is very near where we're talking about with Sykesville, and I might be able to pull up those locations. So there's Eldersburg, there's Mount Airy, there's Sykesville. So they were reporting some sunshine. You see the blue sky just to their west. So behind the system, but overall, we still have more clouds out there than sunshine, but all we have to do is get a little bit of surface heating. Look at what happened earlier today. Southern Baltimore City and into Anne Arundel County, they had some periods of sunshine early. Okay, so let's take a look at Cooksville. That's where that tornado actually hit just last week, last Wednesday. Confirmed tornado, an EF1 passed through Cooksville, and it crossed the highway here. I still see some cloud cover out there. Again, still a good thing to have some cloud cover. We're going to continue to see clouds. We just don't want to see breaks in them. We don't want to see sunshine, even filtered sunshine, reaching in. I'm going through some of the questions I'm seeing. Some people are asking, oh, they thought this was going to be more of a big outbreak of tornadoes, not just an isolated few. across the region, we're going to be talking about an outbreak of severe weather. What does that mean? It means that we are going to see an outbreak of damaging wind gusts, possible tornadoes or confirmed tornadoes, and that region is a pretty wide region right now. It's not just your town. It's not just your county. We're talking about an area that's fairly large, and here is that area. It's quite a large area going into the southern states as well. So there we go. You see that red box or that red polygon there? It's a large area. That is where the outbreak is likely to occur today. And it's easy to see that it is likely to occur. All we have to do is show you the number of damage reports we have seen. And there have been many, many, many. We're trying to bring all that up at one time again. Yeah, go ahead, Jasmine.
What's the chance that storms break up as they go over the mountains for the next round?
That's a good question. I'll answer that in just one moment here. The first thing I'll make sure you guys can see are the number of damage reports. That is an outbreak of severe weather, guys. You see how many downed trees and wind gusts have been reported with the system? That's continuing, and that's what's going to continue to move into the region. So an outbreak is still likely, but it may not necessarily be nothing but widespread damage across just your town, but the region will move in. Now, good question from Jasmine. What's the likelihood that the mountains break this up? Very, very low. The mountains do a good job of sometimes weakening these big systems as they come in, but this system is strong. In fact, it's continuing to even strengthen as it moves into our region. The front's crossing the mountains. This isn't like your typical wintertime snow event where the mountains rob all the moisture as it's coming from the west. The moisture is coming straight up from the south. They're not being blocked. The one thing that could help block us is not the mountains, it's showers out ahead of the main line of storms. The more of that we get, the less chance of things being strong. And you know what? I will compare this to something that maybe you gardeners will understand. Anyone who plants vegetables in a garden, they know that they have to have the right spacing between their plants. If they crowd the same garden with a ton of plants, they all fight for the same energy. None of them get big enough. All right. But if you have the right separation, then they can each feed off of that energy. They all get enough sunshine and each of them can get large. So this is the best way to compare it is if you crowd the area with too many showers, then that will rob the atmosphere of the energy. But if you have a select number of them, or equal spaced, then that means they can all harness the energy that's there. So it's not the mountains that will rob us of our storm threat today, it's other showers out ahead. And for example, look at the shower activity that's going through or just to the east of Richmond. That's a lot of good shower and thunderstorm activity. That's the kind of thing that would help slow down storm formation or keep them at a weaker state. So that's what we're rooting for today. We're rooting for more showers and more clouds to keep things a little quieter. Let's see what else we have going on. This is a rare event, with no doubt, and I will say a rare risk. We see a level 4 out of 5 threat probably once every few years, if that. That may be putting it towards the more frequent end. If we had to say this would be as common as something that we would get about every 5 to perhaps even 10 years. Jasmine might be able to tell me. She's the climatology guru. When's the last time we had a moderate risk or a level 4 out of 5?
I believe it was in August 2023. However, as someone did ask the National Weather Service, is this the earliest in the year we've had a moderate risk?
That's true.
No, it's not. We've had one in February.
We had one in February. So this is not completely, I want to say it's out of the ordinary.
Yes.
But it is not completely unheard of. So that's a good way to put that. We can see storms develop this early in the season, especially when we get the surge of warm air. And you said in 2023 we had a moderate risk.
But it was in August.
But it was
kind
in
of
August.
when you would expect
And a completely different kind of moderate risk, probably a wind-driven moderate risk. It may have been a derecho is what I would be estimating. Was that what that was?
It's possible.
It's possible. She can check up on that. Again, the climatology guru, she usually, like I said, she's got it at her fingertips most times. So this has still got that threat for damaging winds today. It may not necessarily be a derecho, which some people have been asking, is this going to be a derecho? You may have remembered a time that we had one of those roll through. We can't call this a derecho yet. It's got to meet very specific criteria, and that's not what this may be, but it doesn't even matter. You give it that name, you don't give it that name, this could still produce impacts that are semi-similar to that, except an added tornado threat. A derecho, by definition, is a very long and persistent damaging wind event impacting a large swath. We're talking sometimes hundreds of miles in length. It can impact hundreds of miles, and it can track over 1,000 miles. Now, is that what this is going to be determined? Not necessarily, and the winds have to be persistently strong, usually over 65 to 75 miles per hour nonstop, continuing the whole time. But again, this doesn't make a difference. We are still going to be looking at this potential. I'm going to go and grab my my drink because my throat's getting a little dry talking so much. We're going to continue to leave the radar up. We're going to continue to track this. The storm's moving into Anne Arundel County next, Jasmine, or the next set. So Baltimore City southward are what we're going to be a little more concerned with here on.
That is correct. And we also have to watch. There may be some training with some of these storms, and so that could raise the issue of flooding. So we really have to watch how they move. That will be something to consider, because we really have been talking a lot about the winds, but we also have to remember that if we do have a situation where those storms start to train, it could lead to high rainfall rates. That really could be hazardous to drivers. I've been looking at some of the cameras. Traffic seems to be moving well, but you can see just how rainy it is. That could lead to a messy commute a little later on toward the evening. So something else to keep in mind, in addition to the winds, the rain could be another factor in storms and in damage that we could see.
I believe we have just a slight risk from WPC for excessive rainfall. If you could double check that for me, Jasmine, just to see what we might have from there. They're the ones that determine the overall flood risk, but I believe we might have just a small, but training storms, that's where multiple cells move over the same spot over and over and over again. All right, we're back with, is this mobile track that we have? We just had them up for a moment. Okay, that was mobile track. They were just giving us a sign near Owings Mills. Looks like the rain has settled down there as we are seeing that on radar. That basically shows that. But a new round of cells has formed back to the west. This is the next part. I want you guys to also see the multiple damage reports we have seen going back quite a ways, back into Virginia. There's been, power lines that are down in Montgomery County. Multiple power lines down Montgomery County. So we're seeing a lot of power lines down from that first cell that came through that eventually moved through parts of Howard County, where we saw multiple small trees reported down in the median of I-70 near Woodbine Road. I don't know if we have a camera on I-70 near Woodbine Road, which is near exit 73. I'll let them look. That's near Lisbon. Just in case we have a traffic camera that might be able to see that, but that is where we do have some damage reported. Howard County near Lisbon, multiple small trees down in the median of I-70 near Woodbine Road, exit 73. Okay, we do not have that. But we do have a shot of Lisbon. Let's take a quick peek. So yeah, we actually looked at this earlier. So you see the traffic there, and we have trees lining both sides, and in the median, there may be some periods of periodical trees in the median, but if you're on the highway, you want to hope that if you're not anywhere near some of these taller trees that could find their way being thrown across the road in some of these stronger winds. So that's not what we want, and that's what everyone needs to be aware of. I'll be honest about something. Maryland is unbelievably hazardous for downed trees. And I say that because of all the places I've lived, from the southeast to the plains to the Midwest to here, the trees here tend to fall a lot easier. They get uprooted, they snap, maybe some of them have rotted. There is just a huge, massive swath of trees across the mid-Atlantic. We've got more trees here than they do in the plain states, of course, but also the winds tend to not be as strong a lot of the times, which doesn't tend to prune the weak ones. So when we do get a strong wind event, we could see large swaths of trees being brought to the ground. So given that Maryland is a little more susceptible, or a lot more susceptible to downed trees, that's something you actually have to really take into account. We have seen trees crush vehicles, and if not crush vehicles, fall on the roads, and vehicles drive right into them. That's a real hazard today and tonight. So that's something that we are wanting to make sure everyone's very aware of. And again, if you're not in a vehicle where a tree could fall on you, which is a very hazardous place, being in a building where you could be hit by that too is also something that could also be somewhat hazardous. This is why we want you to stay away from windows, lowest level of your home when we have that happen. All right, another update on the radar really quickly. We continue to see this line of storms coming through. We may take a quick break and gather ourselves before they're really into the region here, but Anne Arundel County as well as Howard County about to be hit for a second time, and this will eventually be moving across Baltimore City probably within the next couple of hours. Whether this will be the final round or whether we'll have a second round behind this one is the question that we are going to be looking at and analyzing here. But we're going to take a quick break. We'll probably end the stream here at the moment, but we'll come right back on the streaming platforms right here that we're streaming to. And of course, we'll be on the air as we move into tonight. If we have any tornado warnings to come through, we'll simulcast that on Fox 45 as well as on our Facebook pages. So continue to keep close tabs on things. Again, get your notifications ready. If we go live, you'll be able to watch this and track this with us, and we'll continue to follow it as well. So for now, we'll turn it back over, unless Jasmine's got one more thing she wants to add.
Well, someone did ask a question.
Yeah,
they
ahead.
said, if there will be a tornado warning, are there any indications? What should they look for? A greenish sky is what they heard.
You know what? That is something that has... That's a very good question, actually, and it's a bit complicated. The first thing you want to look for, shelter. Shelter, shelter,
Yes.
shelter. You do not want to be outside looking for anything because you may not know what to look for, and green sky is more of an indication, actually, of large hail than it is of a tornadic storm. There are many storms that are tornadic that produce large hail. Today's not the day for those. This is not going to be the day that you see a lot of large hail. We don't have the atmosphere for it. So you're not going to see necessarily a green sky with these storms coming through. But that is something that is common, especially out in the plain states and Midwest where they get some of these larger storms. Let's just say you happen to be outside and you can't find shelter. What would you look for? You would look for rapid rotation in these clouds, but you can easily have a tornado on the ground and not see any of these things. Tornadoes can be buried in rain where you will not see rotation. It can just go from a damp ground to a blasting, blowing wind as you're getting hit by this, and this can happen in the span of a couple of minutes. So we don't want you to try to be storm spotters because storm spotters are trained. You can be damage spotters for us. We'll absolutely take damage reports. Send us photos, send us location. You can send those to us on Chime In, or you can send them to Jasmine and I directly by email, weather@foxbaltimore.com. That's our email. You can send us any damage reports that you have. Take photos, videos too. Show us anything you can. Give us size estimations, such as the diameter of the tree. Let us know what kind it was. Anything that you can, that would be helpful. And only do so if you can do it safely. Don't put yourself in any danger. Don't get near power lines, but you can take a photo from a distance of down power lines or trees. But as far as being in front of a storm, trying to report anything, unless you are trained, it's best that you don't, especially when these storms are moving at 55 miles per hour. We're talking almost a mile a minute. You have 30 seconds or less sometimes to get to shelter by the time you see something. And that's not a risk we want you to take today. Please. But still a good question. If you are interested in becoming a storm spotter, they have courses you can take. You want to go and take your Skywarn spotter training, and that will be able to better teach you how to spot weather, and that would be beneficial to us, to the National Weather Service, and they can teach you how to do so in a bit of a safer way. So if there's nothing else to go over, I think we're going to take a break, Jasmine, and we'll come back with a live stream and, of course, on the air if anything else is going on for now. Thanks for following along. We'll keep you updated.
Or we'll do it live, and then we'll just have to go somewhere else to feed stuff in for later.
Hey everybody, I'm Chief Meteorologist Gerard Jabali. We are tracking some severe weather across the area today. We currently have a severe thunderstorm warning that is headed into northern Anne Arundel County, Howard County, and eventually into Baltimore City. Now this storm will have the potential producing some damaging wind gusts. So right now we are live streaming this system. If it does eventually become a tornado warning, or if there are any tornado warnings get issued, we'll simulcast this on the air as well. So in the meantime, we are tracking this for you right now on live streaming through Facebook and all of our other platforms so that you can at least have an idea of what's coming your way. And now let's get you a little bit closer to this storm that's moving in. Again, severe thunderstorm warning that includes Howard County. It does clip parts of northern Anne Arundel County, and it's expected to move into Baltimore City as well. Now, this storm will have the ability to produce winds gusting over 60 miles per hour. We could see it even approaching 70 miles per hour. The winds inside right now, it's tough to get a good gauge on exactly how strong they are, but we know that this storm will be capable. It is a pretty strong storm. Let's get you a storm track and get you an idea of its overall path and direction, but it is going to be moving pretty quickly. Right now, estimated speed of movement is 55 miles per hour, which is a very fast-moving storm. So we're talking about it moving at over or almost a mile a minute. And the hazard is still mainly 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts that have been radar indicated by the radars that they have near Baltimore. We're going to bring up, I'm actually going to be looking out of the terminal Doppler radar, which is the one that BWI uses to see if I can see anything a little bit more clearly on velocity, because it's tough to really see inside this storm. But I'm going to get a fresh track for you right now to show you exactly where this storm is headed. And again, 55 miles per hour is hauling, so you got to be ready for this one as it moves your way. I also have Jasmine Lomax on with me today, and Jasmine is going to be at the anchor desk. She's going to watch for reports that may come in from this, because we've had a number of reports coming in today from these storms, as they have been capable of producing severe damage and even possible tornadoes. So there's some of the communities: Columbia 222, so that's basically on your doorstep. Ellicott City 225, as well as Laurel. Baltimore, it says it'll be in downtown Baltimore by 2:38, but it will absolutely be impacting Baltimore City before then, the very edges of Baltimore City. And then, of course, places like Dundalk a little bit later on, 2:45. Bring in some of the other communities. So Woodlawn around 2:29. Arbutus 2:32, and again, we're talking about so many of these places. Glen Burnie, you can see they're also in the path of this storm. So if you live in northern Anne Arundel County, or you live in Baltimore City, and even parts of southeastern Baltimore County, all the way to White Marsh, that's an area that may be impacted by this storm. In fact, we may see about giving Justin Chambers a call, because he is going to be impacted by this storm as it moves towards him near White Marsh. But it looks like most of Baltimore City is going to be impacted by this storm over the next 15 minutes, or I should say 15 to 20 minutes. Jasmine, anything that you have seen so far? I know we've had a bunch of reports, but from this storm in particular, has there anything of note coming in with this storm?
Not so far with this area, and still monitoring Facebook to see if anyone has any questions.
Okay.
And we are keeping up with your comments. So if you do have any questions at any point, if you drop them into Facebook, we'll be sure to answer the questions that you have as we track this. But seeing some damage reports come in from Virginia, still some coming in from Montgomery County, where we had that tornado warning, but nothing so far with this particular area. But we do know gusty winds are possible, so I wouldn't be surprised if any damage reports came out after this passed.
Yeah, if not possible, likely with some of these storms. The winds aloft today, or above the ground, are incredibly strong, okay? We're seeing those wind gusts just a few thousand feet above the ground, hauling at like 80, 85 miles per hour. Some places could be even stronger than that. When you have storms like this, the storm itself will shove those winds to the ground, into the ground, and that's where you end up with these damaging wind gusts. So we know we have the environment that's conducive for this. This looks like, is this Annapolis at a live shot that we have off to the right? Fells Point. Okay, so we're pretty close. So Fells Point is going to be one of those places that will get absolutely clobbered here by this storm eventually. But this is giving you an early warning before it hits, because you're not even officially in the severe thunderstorm warning. Only Columbia, Laurel, Severn, parts of northern Anne Arundel County, and of course over towards Howard County are officially in that warning. But this storm is heading that way, and it's moving at such a high rate of speed. We wanted to give everyone plenty of a heads up. Look at the people just outside. As if it's a normal day, they may not be aware of what's going to head into their region here in just a short time. Storms moving 55 miles per hour will be moving upon you, and by the time you see it, it is practically on top of you. So we don't want people to take this too lightly as the storm's moving at just a high rate of speed and can bring down numerous trees and even power lines. They'll have that ability today. Some of these storms will. Whether or not this one is absolutely doing that at this moment is unknown. We're waiting to see if there's any confirmed damage. You can be one of those people that brings us these reports. We don't want you to be out in the middle of the storm, but if you happen to witness damage, absolutely report that to us. You can take photos, send them in, give your name and location, and the rough time of when you spotted this or when you think it might have occurred. We're talking, the best way to send them to us is either an email, weather@foxbaltimore.com. Make sure you include your name and location again. But also you can use them on Chime In. You can also report them right here on our Facebook pages as we are doing this live stream. You can give us reports right there, but we won't be able to, of course, get any of the photos. So we want photos if you are safe to do so. Okay, I'm sorry, what was this location reported? Okay, so this is Clarksville that you're looking at, which is behind the storm somewhat, but not by much. So heavy rain in Clarksville. The leading edge of the storm has already passed through Clarksville, but you can see some very wet roads moving through there. So I'm not sure, is this State Highway 32? Yeah, that's what it looks like, Maryland 32. So right there at probably the Clarksville Pike. So it's right in here on top of Clarksville, State Highway 32 going around, where we do know that, again, heavy rain has already occurred. The question is how strong were the winds there? So we're still waiting on some reports.
And you mentioned heavy rain there. So a report came in, and this is for Montgomery County, but about 1 to 2 feet of standing water has closed the right 3 lanes of southbound I-270. So we know that we are seeing a lot of rain with this line that's currently moving through.
That's a big road. So absolutely, yeah. If we have standing water on 270, that's a big deal because that's a main road. It's not just a side road, but you could absolutely run into things like that. So everyone, again, please be very careful if you have to be on the roads. It's best if you just are not on the roads in the middle of these storms. There will be waves of them that come through. Here's at least wave number 2 that we've had to deal with in some places like Howard County and Carroll County. So they've already had to deal with 1 round of severe weather. This is severe weather round number 2 for Howard County, but now it's going to be the first taste of severe thunderstorms for Baltimore County, northern Anne Arundel County as this moves in. So again, this severe thunderstorm warning that you see right here is officially in effect until 2:45. So that's got another 15 minutes, but we are likely going to see this extended to include more of northern Anne Arundel County, Baltimore County, as far as western Baltimore County here, and Baltimore City. That is what we are likely going to see. We're just waiting on that moment to occur. Again, if you have questions, you can put them in chat. We'll be here to try to answer them the best we can and help you guys through this the best we can, because this is not a common day for us in Maryland. This is a pretty heightened day, actually. We're going to quickly show you overall the impacts that we could be seeing tonight. It's a level 4 out of 5 for the overall potential impacts today. We're talking about mainly those wind gusts to 70 miles per hour or even greater possible. The tornado threat is still there, although we may be seeing it down just a notch from what we were looking at earlier today. We already had 1 round of potential tornadic weather go through. Now the tornado threat may be down just a touch because that first round may have helped to stabilize the atmosphere just a little bit, but it is certainly not down enough. This is that severe thunderstorm forecast. The zone in red, that's the level 4 threat. So we're still talking southwest of Baltimore through D.C. But everyone else is in the level 3, and that's still more than enough. Last week, we were all in just a level 2 threat, and we saw confirmed tornadoes, or at least 1 confirmed tornado there. But the overall tornado threat, the risk is down 1 notch. At the very least, it's a level 3. and that does include all of Baltimore and stretching all the way up to Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. But that is not just the only threat, and we want people to be very, very aware that the biggest threat we're going to be dealing with more likely is just damaging winds. These winds will have the potential to produce gusts and damage that could rival some lower end tornadoes, EF1s. All right, that's some very, very heavy rain coming down on, it looks like, okay, so I-70 at US 29. I'm not positive exactly that location, what city. Okay, so this is Howard County, thank you. Very heavy rain hitting them, no doubt. The damaging wind threat, as you can see, it's a level 5, okay? We're pegged on that scale. It gusts over 70 miles per hour, possible, if not likely, with some of these storms, if not one of these, but maybe a later round. Predicting when those next rounds come through, each wave has been incredibly difficult today, all right? This is the one thing that meteorologists have been wrestling with because all of the data that we get has not been telling us a whole lot that's been helpful. In fact, it's actually been steering us in the wrong direction. Just as an example, here's some of the data that we've been looking at. It's not something that I want you to take as anything like this is going to happen because it has been untrustworthy. But just to give an example, it's showing scattered storms at 4 o'clock and then a big round coming through around 5, 6, 7. Will this actually materialize is the question, or is this round that we're seeing right here going to be the one and only we may see for some locations? So it is tough to determine whether this is going to be it, or when we look at some other data, it shows almost nothing at the same time frame. Now you see what it's like being a meteorologist. It can be absolutely frustrating when you have data that just does not agree with anything that you are seeing. In fact, the data disagrees with itself. So getting a better idea on timing is just not going to really happen today, but the risk, the overall threat is going to remain. We're going to continue to see these chances for these storms to form and move through. So that severe weather threat, we're in the window now. We'll continue to at least see that window through 6 o'clock. We may have to extend this a little bit later, but we do have the tornado watch for our entire area officially until 7. And whether they decide to trim it out or extend it will depend on the environment. You can see the tornado watches extend all the way from almost really northern New Jersey all the way down to Florida along this powerful cold front. And this is what's been firing up a lot of these severe thunderstorms. Numerous tornado warnings across the Carolinas into Virginia, and we are still getting a taste where at the very least we've got one round of storms coming through now. And once the front crosses the region, we should at least see the tornado threat come to an end, if not all of this. So the hope is that this will be the round that we have to deal with, and then maybe we'll be done. That would be the best case scenario, but we still have to worry about this round bringing some damaging wind gusts and possibly worse. The good news is that we've seen a lot of shower activity out ahead of this line and cloud cover. That has helped limit some of the energy to these storms. So that's what we would like to have. Okay, so we have a picture. Okay, let's take a look at this picture. This was a possible funnel cloud an hour ago over Howard County. We can take that full screen. And yeah, that looks like a possible funnel cloud to me. Jasmine, I think you'd probably agree with that.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly looks that way. It's got the clear shape. And we've had damage reports coming in from Howard County, so it would not come as a surprise at all. Okay, so an hour ago would have been around 1:30, and you said Howard County. I guess that looks like that's I-70. I would assume that. And I-70 Howard County, while we did have storms rolling through the area, we did not have tornado warnings. Now, whether that photo that you see there was something from this band that I'm showing you on the radar right there, or was it from the earlier tornado warned storms? We'll have to find that out. But that certainly looks like a funnel cloud to me. I would absolutely agree with the funnel cloud report. The thing is whether or not it was making contact with the ground. Was the circulation in contact with the ground? That's a great photo that someone took of what could have, at the very least, been a potential tornado, but if not, it looks pretty certain to be a funnel cloud. You may see things like this today, just like that. The skies were, pardon me, a little bit darker at that moment, but that was still pretty impressive stuff. And we could continue to see this kind of thing going into this evening, even along this line of storms.
So that's what we're watching for. And again, these tornado warnings can come out very, very quickly. So that's why we're live streaming this now before it gets any worse. Now, again, on the northern side, this is an interesting thing, Jasmine. We got a pretty strong amount of wind and heavy rain moving through Owens Mills, which they've already been hit once today. Randallstown, west side of Baltimore City, about to really get hit. It's hitting the Beltway on western portions of the Baltimore Metro now, and I'm sure that they're getting pummeled with some heavy rain. If we have anything from the Beltway over there, is that what this is? I-70 at US 29, yeah. So any live cams from Owings Mills, Reisterstown, down to Woodlawn, west side of Baltimore City along the Beltway would be great camera shots to bring up. I'm going to see if I don't know if, yeah, we can't see any view to the west from our Towson cam. At least not a clear view. If we might be able to move the Towson cam to the west, maybe we can get a better look at skies as they rolled in. If someone might be able to move that, and then I can at least bring that up. I believe, okay, here's a shot from Columbia. Wow, that's some very heavy rain. Wow. You're looking at, the sky came at the same time from Towson, but I believe that could be looking north because it looks like the skies are moving that direction. If we might be able to swing Towson camera to the west. If you can't do it, I can absolutely do it, guys. Do you need me to swing the camera? Okay, they're taking care of it. And we'll see what we can see to the west. Hazy skies out there, but you can see it is darkening back there a lot. And maybe we can pull out a little bit on that camera shot. I believe that's looking a little northwest. Maybe I know there's going to be a building obstruction. Let's see how far to the to the left we can swing it. All right, we'll keep it there for now. Yeah, you can see the base there. Now that's the thunderstorm base moving in. So that's what we're going to be continuing to watch. Dark clouds looking to the west from our Towson cam, as well as some very heavy rain. We know that it's impacting these regions. So do we have any questions, Jasmine, coming in on Facebook yet?
So the main questions that everyone's asking is, when's it going to hit me?
Oh, yeah.
So if we could maybe go through a future scan and kind of time it out, even though there is a lot of uncertainty with exactly when we'll see it.
I'm honestly, I'm not going to touch any of the future data because it's that bad. We do not want to mislead. The better way to time this out is at least this line, we can time out the overall progression. So that's what I'm going to do. But we have to be on guard for more than just this line. This line is moving rather quickly, 55 miles per hour. I mean, this is a heck of a speed, but here's some of those locations. I'm going to cycle through some of these towns. Yours may pop up, it may not, but you can get an idea. So here's some of the smaller towns that are first. Towson at 240, Arbutus 238, Baltimore 243, which is pretty much on our doorstep now. And we'll show some of the larger communities down the road. Bel Air 255, Dundalk 251. Howard Grace 310. So that's still a long ways out for some of these folks, but I want to remind you, and we got a new severe thunderstorm warning. These storms are moving so quickly. So they finally severe thunderstorm warned this for Baltimore County and Baltimore City. That severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 3:15. So this is the same storm, just the northern complex of it, and this severe thunderstorm warning is in effect until 3:15, and that does include Baltimore City, northern Baltimore City, and almost all of Baltimore County, especially up north. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Now, they've got this one at a different progression. 55 miles per hour was the southern portion. Jasmine, they have this one at only 35 miles per hour. So I may need to retract this and slow it down because if we roll this, you'll see the motions are slightly different. That southern cell that's moving really gets kicked out ahead of the line. You can see it progressing further east, but this line to the north is moving a little bit slower than that. But we need to anticipate this moving through the warned area that you see right there over the next 15 to 30 minutes. And it's already on top of I-83 north of Cockeysville. It's moved through Owings Mills, and I'm sure there's some powerful winds and very heavy rain through this and getting ready to move into places like Timonium, Cockeysville, Towson, Lutherville, Mace Chapel. South of there, of course, we've got all the other communities from Woodlawn over to Parkville. Towson, you'll be hit by this very soon. I'm going to bring up the Towson camera one more time. There it is. You can see the the way things are looking in the distance, that's the leading edge of that storm, those dark and lowered clouds. Not any funnels on this, but it doesn't mean you couldn't see one. We've got a ton of spin in the atmosphere today, and if we get the storm to consolidate in just the right way, we could absolutely see this begin to rotate and follow that. All right, here's Pikesville. I believe they're a little bit further behind, but you get the idea. The way the storm is progressing, it's moved through pretty quickly. So Pikesville is getting hit by the heaviest of it right now, at least the very edge of it. I'm trying to see if we have, can we take Pikesville full? I'd like to see if we can see the wind on some of the trees here. Yeah, I can see the treetops moving around a little bit here, but that's hard to see. But you can almost see it's kind of a whiteout looking condition. That is some very torrential rain. I see traffic moving at a little bit of a slower rate, but they've been hit by some of the heaviest rain already. So looking at I-695, you can see the inner loop curving around on the right side. The outer loop, or the outer beltway, looks like it's on the left. And traffic, I'm glad to see it's not completely backed up, but these winds could be very strong as you move through and slow everybody down. All right, any I-83 cameras, we could be looking for those next. We'll continue to keep an eye on the Towson camera. And we might need to pan Towson to the right a little bit whenever you guys get a chance as well. So things busy out there today, but we can at least say this: the tornado threat is not fully materializing on at least this band of storms. I'm glad for that. But the severe weather threat will continue. The threat for damaging winds will continue, as these storms are going to be racing through pretty quickly. But at any moment, if things kind of take a turn for the worst, goodness, what is that shot? Bottom right on MoDOT looks like I-83. Yeah, you can see the darkened skies and the lowering there. We can take that full if we want to take a peek at that. Yeah, that's a nice sharp edge of that. So that's looking I-83 north. I believe this is probably Lutherville towards Timonium. Okay. Okay, so Warren Road, yeah. Getting ready to get hit all the way through Cockeysville, Lutherville, Timonium. That's going to be a hard hit area here pretty soon with some of this heavy, heavy rain and some of these storms with gusty winds. So I'm going to keep an eye on the velocity, but I'm not seeing anything that's really indicating a strong area of rotation. That's the good news. And I'm hoping that the earlier showers that we got will continue to help limit that. So we're going to keep looking at that. Is this, oh, this is Washington, D.C. For a minute, I thought we were looking out of out of Towson towards, yeah, that's the White House getting hit with it. The Capitol, of course, getting hit with some very heavy rain and thunderstorms earlier, and they're continuing to get the rain, but this band stretches long and far, all the way down through Virginia, all the way into the Carolinas. But this is still a pretty potent line we've got coming through now. Again, if you experience any damage, if you get any video of what definitely looks like severe wind gusts that would be bringing down damage, I mean, I want you to do it safely. Please don't be outside in this. But if you can take video safely, you can absolutely send that to us, photos of damage that you may see. I hope everyone's staying safe, because this is not necessarily the best day to be out and about. We've had days like this before, but it's been a while, and this is an early start to our severe weather season. We had our first hit on Wednesday, and now we have this. Notice something else. Only one lightning strike. These are not very electrical storms. That tells me a couple of things. One, the storms aren't very tall, and it means that they're heavily sheared. So they're being tilted over a lot.
And if you could go through the timing again, because everyone's saying, when is it coming to my area?
When, the tough thing to do. So I'll draw a new track, but this is very tough. So if you're in Baltimore City, it's coming through in the next 15 minutes or less, probably in the next 5 minutes or less for many of you. but this is just the first track. I'm going to put this one out to around 40 miles an hour because the overall progression has been slower on this northern cell. So again, it's 2:44 for Towson. That's 2 minutes away. It's here now. If you're in Baltimore City, it's here now practically. Baltimore County, of course, it's already crossed through half of it. I-83 to the east of 83, now it's getting ready to hit you in just the next 5 minutes or so. It may be lingering a little bit later to places like Rosedale, Bel Air, Edgewood, and White Marsh. That was maybe a little bit later arrival times, but there's some of those arrival times. And then again, the cell, the same part of that line is a little bit further south, but they had it moving at a much faster rate. I'm trying to see if they're going to update that because 55 on the southern cell was moving very quickly. They have it now at 45. That sounds better. So around 45 miles per hour. Here are some of those communities, and again, I will show multiple. So here are some of those smaller communities out first, including Baltimore, 2:51 p.m., 2:49, and then going through places like Glen Burnie at 2:54, Ferdinand Heights 2:52. Let's go into, well, that's pretty much all of them. We'll see if we can bring up any of the others. That's pretty much it. You can kind of see everywhere from Baltimore all the way through a lot of these small communities, or I should say small subsets of Baltimore City. So Brooklyn Park, Ferdinand Heights, Ferndale Farms, all within that 2:51 to 2:52 time frame. So it's moving through right now. If you haven't noticed it, you will. You will. It is going to get pretty nasty, and you will get blasted with heavy rain and likely some gusty winds. The radar is not showing these winds being incredibly strong, but we do know that they will absolutely have the potential to produce some damage.
Now, another question, someone's asking, how do they know when to actually take precautions? They said they've seen tornado pictures posted. Some were AI. One channel says that the warnings have expired, which they have, and another page says warnings are still going. So what do you go by?
Know where to get your source. If you're watching us right now, you are getting a live stream, okay? So we are going to give you the most up-to-date information possible. If you are looking elsewhere and you do not recognize that name as a person with a degree in meteorology, probably best not to fully trust that. You're going to have to take that with a grain of salt. What we are going to show you here is the truth of what's happening out there. We may not have it all because we don't have every bit of information that's out there. There could be some reports floating around that we haven't gotten to yet, but at least you can count that what we're going to report is going to be accurate. We're not posting AI pictures for you to see. We're going to be very, very careful before we see anything like that. Okay, so here's a crew. They're in Parkton. We'll get a better idea. Oh, look at that heavy rain. It is not easy to drive in conditions like that. What we don't want is to have a lot of people driving in, especially these two-lane roads. There's someone pulled over, probably from the heavy rain. Again, if you can pull completely off the road, that's better, not just the shoulder. We don't want anyone to accidentally get hit on the side of the road. So if you feel the need to pull over, there's a good place to do it. See that exit? Pull over on the exit. Get completely off the road, park your car, wait till the conditions pass completely. And if you can find a building to be inside, it's even better. When's the right time to take cover? When we tell you. When we tell you that now's the time to take cover. If you are in that severe thunderstorm warning, at the very least be indoors and try not to be in a moving vehicle. At least be stopped. If there are reports of anything other than that, say tornadoes, we'll be the first to bring that to you, and we will be the ones to tell you exactly where and what needs to be done and where the impacts are likely to be felt. Jeff, let's pan that Towson cam a bit more to the right, please. And what was that, Andrea? Okay. Yeah, it looks like we do have a lot of water on the road near Woodlawn. So that is 6. Ooh, look at the shelf cloud there. So that shelf cloud that you're seeing, that line of cloud cover, again, we have some obstructions. We have the building and the tower that'll be in the way of this shot. But if you can pan out as wide as possible, Jeff, you can see that shelf cloud extends. When you see a shelf cloud like this, that usually will indicate not just a strong storm, but it could very likely have some very gusty winds. So this is probably something that you are seeing if you are about to be impacted by this storm. There's a good indication for you, and that's when you need to make sure you are indoors. Those winds can pick up very suddenly, gusting 50, 60 miles per hour. And then you're absolutely pummeled with the heavy rain at the same time. If you see that, that's a good signal. Don't drive into that and find shelter indoors pretty soon. But you may not always have that signal with storms like these. So luckily, no tornado warnings. This isn't the kind of storm you necessarily need to get into the basement for, but you need to be indoors and probably maybe not necessarily near any windows. And if you have a lot of tall trees over your home that are swaying, at the very least, get on the lowest floor. And you obviously don't want to be impacted by a falling tree. So trying to be at least protected from something like that would be best. If you feel more comfortable in your basement, by all means, no one is going to fault you for that. Better safe than sorry, and there's nothing wrong with just waiting the 10 to 15 minutes for this storm to pass so that you aren't a victim unnecessarily needing. What sort of views do we have more to the right on that Towson cam? I know we can't shift the traffic cameras around. Those are static cameras for the most part, but we have control over our Towson camera, and maybe we can see a better look. I know we have some obstructions there. There's the tower. There's that extended cloud. Let's go to the other side of the tower here. There we go. We can see more of that cloud. You can keep panning to the right on the other side of the Towson tower. You can just see how much it extends. There we go. So now you're looking north, I believe, up York Road. And then we'll just leave it right there. Perfect, Jeff. And continue to see this passing through. Look in the distance. Look at that heavy rain completely obstructing. Normally, we can see all of what's north up there, up York Road. We're talking Cockeysville all the way up to Hunt Valley. It's gone. We can't see it. The rain is so intense as you're heading north up to York Road. That's what it looks like. Very intense rain coming through that neck of the woods as we are going to continue to see this storm absolutely pummeling that region. So looking north from Towson, it's hitting Mays Chapel. It's already hit through Mays Chapel and now moving in Lutherville. Towson, you're about to be hit next with some very heavy wind. We'll get an idea of how strong these winds are soon because the camera will probably start shaking a lot. And just an impressive looking sky right there going through Towson. This is still an impressive storm. So again, we're going to re-show you this severe thunderstorm warning until 3:15. Not a tornado warning, but it doesn't mean that we could not see something like that happen out of these storms. So I'm taking a quick look to make sure we don't have a different tag. This still just looks like the severe thunderstorm warning, which still does include Carroll County, Baltimore County, Howard, northwestern Hartford, and then of course Baltimore City. And the storms, at least with this one, have slowed down a little bit, Jasmine. Still 35 miles per hour, but 60 mile per hour wind gusts are apparently likely with this storm. So we want everyone to take shelter from that.
Absolutely. And I just think back to, I've got a camera view of I-270 at Tuckerman. And from this line, just heavy rain leading to ponding. And so when we have those storms that kind of start to slow down, it makes the likelihood of ponding on roads more likely.
All
so
right, let's take the Towson camera full now. Because this is interesting. You can see how fast things are moving. So maybe we can look at the progression of this storm as it races by now. You'll see whiteout-like conditions as the storm's racing through. This is what you'd be driving into. We're obviously looking at the storm base too, the very edge of that shelf cloud. Not any rotation in these clouds, but man, are they scary looking, no doubt. But at the same time, this is something that would be producing some of those very powerful winds as it rolls through. So be ready for this if you are in your home. Now's the time. Yep, we're hearing that wind and rain pummeling us here on TV Hill. And it just sounds like a that low pitch, I don't want to say roar, but definitely the low pitch sound of heavy rain on the roof. But you can see the movement of these clouds is pretty fast, and the loss of visibility in these locations, as you can see looking from this tower. Is that as wide as the camera will pan out, Jeff? That just shows you how close these storms are. There we go. That's a great looking shot. So, looking up there from York Road, this is from our Towson cam, looking north and now slightly northeast. Actually, we might be looking due north now. Very impressive looking storm. I'm going to keep the camera up and still have the radar looping through. The timing, again, it's what's going to happen after this line. That's the question, is are we going to have anything more than just this line? But the storms are going to continue to move into, now they're going to move into Hartford County. And the severe thunderstorm warning still exists up there until 3:15 for this line of storms moving in. Bel Air, you'll eventually be hit by this. Edgewood, Essex, all those locations just upstream from this storm, you will likely be hit by this. I'm sorry, I should say downstream from this storm.
And I'm seeing some questions. What about Cecil County?
Cecil County will still be in the line of this too. It's just a further down the road. We'll do a new progression for you so we can get you an idea. Now that they've put this at 35 miles per hour, I'm going to try to see how fast I can track it out or how far. So give me a moment. So this is where it will be in just the next 45 minutes. Here it is for the next hour. But again, things can change a little bit. So as an example of some of the communities you may see, there it is, Middle River by 309, Bel Air, Havre de Grace 335. So some of those counties, it'll eventually move into Cecil County as we cross between 315 into 330. So that's going to happen for you guys in the next half an hour or so. But right now, it's absolutely clobbering downtown Baltimore, Baltimore City. We're hearing the heavy rain. Can we go back to Towson camera? Still a very impressive shot. Look at that.
Oh my
Look at the whiteout.
Wow.
Goodness, goodness. That tells you a lot. That is some heavy, heavy rain. I'm going to pull it up for this for everybody too. This is powerful stuff coming through with just the loss of visibility and that torrential rain. So that's not something to be out in, as you can tell. You don't want to be caught in that, but the winds going with that are the other factor. No reports yet, though, Jasmine. If that's any good indication, I'll take it. I'll tell you, between Jasmine and I, from our chairs here, this is the kind of thing that we hope more than anybody that our forecasts are wrong. We want to be wrong today that the severity of storms will be at a lower threat than what we originally anticipated. We do not want to be right when we talk about a forecast that could threaten people's lives, that could cause damage and cause a lot of problems. Today's potential was absolutely there and continues to be there. We're not done with this, but as you can see, we're getting hit with these storms across Baltimore City, Baltimore County right now. And we're going to continue to see this sort of activity possible over the next few hours. We're hoping that this wave will be the one wave that we have to deal with and we can be done, but we're not confident of that yet. We're only going to keep our fingers crossed. But that is some torrential rain.
New severe thunderstorm
Yes,
warning.
we do. Okay, new severe. Thank you. All right, so we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning as we're starting to lose visibility here. Wow, where is mobile track here? That's got to be somewhere near Baltimore City. Okay, so they're headed towards downtown. That's some very, very heavy rain. But we got a brand new severe thunderstorm warning. It does include Anne Arundel County. So everyone to the south of Baltimore City, this is the other segment of that line. Excuse me, that's severe thunderstorm warn. This is until 4 p.m. It does include almost all of, that's all of Anne Arundel County, isn't it? And this warning in effect until 4 p.m. Let's see a current speed. 30 miles per hour. They've slowed down a lot. That can be a good thing and a bad thing, actually. It's kind of a two-stage. One is that the heavy rain and winds can last longer, but it can also mean that maybe the winds have subsided in it a little bit, but we still have potential for all the above today. All right, so we're going to get a fresh track. Anne Arundel County, this is pretty much going to be one of the bigger storms that you'll have to deal with today through this evening. And it's a elongated but sort of a squiggly line. That squiggly line can tell me we could see some circulations in here. Was that 30 or 35 miles per hour, did I say? 30 miles per hour, which takes it right to the edge of the bay, essentially. So there you go. Odenton 258, which is pretty much now, all the way through many of these areas. Let me get some of the other communities up on the map here. So Annapolis by 3:30. So as you can see, over the next half an hour, this storm will be moving through the area. We'll get some more of these communities to come in. Glen Burnie 302, Southgate 306, Pasadena 315, and Riviera Beach all the way down to 319. Here's a few more. Arnold 328, Crofton around 304, 305, Severna Park around 321. This is when the storm is expected to be in your area. But don't play this by the minute, guys. I mean, honestly, we're telling you now, Anne Arundel County, go ahead and find where you need to be for the next half hour to 45 minutes find a place to be safely, stay put. Once the storm has passed, then you can go out about your business. But what's the point in being out there at this point in time? That just seems unnecessary, unless you just absolutely have to be. Anything new, Jasmine, you want to show or talk about?
Nothing
Gosh, look at that Towson
yet, but a nice comment. Someone said, I'm glad the National Weather Service and meteorologists gave us a heads up from yesterday. I'd rather get prepared than not at all. So it's always nice to see those comments, but we will keep on tracking those storms and guiding you through them as we see them move through. But heavy rain with this, some gusty winds possible, and as Gerard mentioned, you want to make sure that you're finding your safe place. We always say that with tornado warnings, but even with severe thunderstorm warnings, you want to make sure that you're sheltering just from the heavy rain and the winds. We know that winds can do a lot of damage, as we've already seen so many of those reports that you showed earlier. So just make sure that you are following along for the latest updates. We are not here to scare you. We're here to guide you through the storm. And yeah, so
it's a good way to put it. Listen, I know a lot of people can be very fatigued when we're covering weather like this, because a lot of times we can have even scattered to widespread damage, but it may not necessarily hit you exactly the same way. So this isn't necessarily to say that you who are watching right now are guaranteed to be hit with damage with something that could absolutely be life-threatening. This is for the entire area. We're streaming for those that are going to obviously want to be prepared. And we are obviously here to give you the information. As I say, and as Jasmine was alluding to, we're here to make you weather aware, not give you a weather scare. So this is what we're streaming for, and this is only for that. I believe we have Keith Daniels out there. You're in Baltimore City. Keith Daniels, looks like you're moving along through some traffic in some very heavy rain. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you guys. Yeah, we're live here close to Micah. What is this, rural lane? We are coming in this direction because, frankly, this is where we saw the rain move to. We were headed toward downtown, but then we realized, hey, the rain is on this side. So we're on Royal Lane near, what street is this up here? I'm with my photographer, David. Let me take you outside so you can see here. Royal Lane and Lafayette, where the rain is coming down at a steady click here. And again, like our meteorologists have said, this is not to scare you. This is to, in fact, show you what's going on now. Of course, when this rain and the heavy winds, if they should blow through, or the tornadoes, if they should blow through, of course, we will be taking cover as well, because, like Gerard has said, it is unsafe. It will be unsafe to be on streets in inclement weather like this. But again, you see the rain coming down at a hard click. Our wipers going back and forth at this hour.
Keith, if
back
you can point the camera up just a little bit. That forward camera shot's a great shot. We just need it aimed up just a touch, and we can see a little bit more. Here's a driver. Oh, geez. Oh, just someone outside. Not a good idea. I mean, you got a poncho on. Goodness.
Yeah, we're at a red light here. It looks like a gentleman is on the side here. And then there's this car in front of us. We're at a stoplight. I can't really see the name of the street because of the rain coming down. Rain coming down. I think this is North Avenue. Yeah, I think this is North Avenue that we're coming up on near Royal Lane. But you're right. I'm holding the camera here so we can have a better shot here. Traffic moving smoothly here, Gerard, at the moment. People are keeping their distance and so forth, which is so important.
Okay, thank you, Keith. You guys, please be safe. If you get into some strong winds, please make sure you're stopped and pulled to the side. We obviously are not here. I believe they're right behind the heaviest of the rainfall that has just moved through. So they're in a mostly safe position. And again, severe thunderstorm warning, not a tornado warning, but it's best if you don't have to be on the road. Why is Keith on the road then? He's there to be on the road, to show you what's going on, to give you the idea, the proof of what's happening, so that you don't have to go out yourself. That's kind of it. News reporters frequently have to do this sort of thing we're not putting them in unnecessary risk here. We are there to gather the information for you, and it's better if only Keith has to be out there to gather good information than everybody else as well. So thank you, Keith, for doing that. They're doing it safely. They're doing it at the guidance of the meteorologists here. So they have plenty of experience and experienced people behind them to help. Kale, no, I don't believe that for a moment right now yet, Kale. There has been some information circulating online, and some of it is very possibly AI generated. You don't even have a location of that. Kale, go ahead and talk.
Waldorf. Yeah, viewer sent us this photo of a tornado she claims is in Waldorf. I ran it through AI checkers. It's telling me it's real, but they're not necessarily 100%.
Yeah, we're not going to believe that just yet. That has me wondering, and it has you wondering. We cannot confirm. He's showing me a photo that I'm just not buying yet. But he said it's near Waldorf. Yep.
I don't think we had any warnings there.
No. It's not out of the realm of possibility. I'm definitely not saying it's impossible, but this kind of stuff, I hate to say this, but there are people out there that want to completely deceive you. They put up pictures they generated with AI just to get some shares, some likes, and to be famous. We're not going to show that until we can confirm it, and we're not going to say that it's real until we can be sure of that.
And if something like that were to happen, there would be damage reports from Waldorf.
Absolutely. With the picture that I saw, this would be a sizable tornado, so we're not going to believe that
no damage reports there, and there was never a tornado warning there either.
I don't think so, but it's not out of the realm of possibility. Again, Waldorf, all the way down there near D.C., I believe. It's a suburb of D.C. And while there was a storm that went through that area, we've gotten no reports of that. I'm sure the National Weather Service would let us know, because we would have more than just one picture from what I just saw from what Kale, our digital guy, just came in with. We would have dozens of pictures of this thing that would corroborate it. And we're not going to buy it with one. That's why you can trust us here. If you go on the internet, if you go on Twitter, you go on Facebook, you go on Reddit or any of these other places, you're very much putting yourself at risk of being duped. And it's just not, it's not fair, it's not right, but that's what people do. So trust us here. We're not going to put up any information that we are not certain of. We're only here to confirm what's real. Let's go ahead and pan Towson camera off to the south. Let's make it southeast. Right now, of course, we're in the heavy rain, but I think we can get a better look at what's going on around Towson. It's all heavy rain. Yeah, so that heavy rain band's just now moved off to the southeast. Let's go back to the, I'll go back to the radar here and show you what's going on. Again, two broken line segments that have moved through. Towson's still getting hit with the heaviest rainfall. Now it's starting to move into more Harford County, which that warning's still in effect until 3:15. The storms are starting to at least look slightly weaker than they did earlier. And you know what? I'm also going to look at where Waldorf is, which is over here, and just to see if there's even any signs of rotation from this storm that moved through. I don't see anything that would indicate a strong tornado moving through. Is it possible? Yes. Is it confirmed? No. So we're going to wait and see, but that's not specifically our area. If we can confirm it, we'll absolutely be showing it, but it just doesn't pass the smell test for me yet. Okay, so again, severe thunderstorm warning for Anne Arundel County until 4 p.m. So you've got the next hour, but it may not necessarily take that long to make it across the bay. Here's something else I would like to also point out. The bay waters are very, very chilly, and as these storms approach the bay, we could likely see them weaken because these storms have to feed off of warm, moist air near the ground. Winds off the bay are going to be much colder, and that could absolutely weaken these storms as it runs into what is essentially the bay breeze or the wind off of the bay. So that is something that could be helpful for folks in the eastern shore or folks closer to the bay waters like Annapolis or anyone near White Marsh and Essex and up towards the Aberdeen Proving Grounds. Anyone up in these locations just to the other side of I-95, you may get a little bit of a break by the bay being a little bit of a savior today and preventing the strongest winds from hitting. That's the hope, at least. We've got plenty of things out there that could limit our severe weather potential today, which nobody here would complain about, and I sure hope nobody there would either. Anyone that might complain that we didn't get hit with bad weather, I don't understand why. Why would you complain about not getting hit by something horrible? I understand that it could be an inconvenience to you to have to take shelter from something that didn't majorly impact you, but let's be honest, let's weigh it out. What's more of an inconvenience? Getting hit with a severe storm that causes damage and injuries and possibly worse, or you had to take shelter from something that wasn't a big deal? Be honest, be fair. We're here to just make sure people are staying safe first. Afterwards, we can go back and say, that was a close one. And despite the fact that we're not seeing a lot of damage that could still be occurring, and more importantly, I'd like to say this too, these storms that are moving through, okay, we'll do that. These storms that are moving through, yes, we've had high potential for severe weather today. We don't know how close that we are really coming for the basically the bomb to completely explode. We've been watching the countdown. The fuse has been lit. How close were we to a complete and utter disastrous explosion of damaging weather? We don't know, but we know that we're at least very close to that, and we don't want to over-alarm people, but we also want to make sure they're aware of the potential for today. All right, we do have Jessica Babb out there. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Hey,
I'm
Jessica.
here on 695.
All right, that's great. It looks like you got a lot of heavy rain on your location. Go ahead and tell us what you've been seeing
Hey,
and where you've been
Gerard.
going.
Yeah, we're on. Yeah, so we're now on 695 toward the Towson area. We're headed near to Parkville, that is, and it is coming down pretty hard right now. There's been a lot of rain. We actually just came from northern Baltimore County, and we got caught in a torrential downpour on our way over here. So we're kind of following the radar a little bit, and it looks like we're heading back into the cell right now. So it's kind of eased up a little bit, but there's been a lot of traffic, a lot of rain here coming down. So if you are on the roads, as you can see, there's plenty of other people on the roads. Maybe you're trying to get home, maybe you're trying to pick up your kids. Just be really careful because the rain has been coming really heavy versus lightening up. It's just been kind of unpredictable out there, so I don't want anyone to get caught in that. We're of course staying very safe out here. As you can see, it has eased up a little bit, but like I said, we're gonna keep heading toward Parkville, and we'll keep you posted on what we see out there.
All right, thank you, Jessica. I can see right there the exit, Towson exit to York Road. So in a bit of a traffic jam, a very common place for that traffic jam to occur. But you're going to get slowed down. If there's any reason to stay off the roads, it's who wants to get caught in traffic that's going to make your journey even slower. If you don't have to be out in this, why? Just save yourself the headache and save yourself the risk. Better to stay home. Watch this from home. Let's give you an update right now. It looks like storms have at least weakened to the north into parts of Baltimore County and in towards Harford County. But right now, Anne Arundel County, anywhere from Ferdinand Heights, Severn, into Severna Park, Pasadena, this is a stronger cell now that's moving off to the east. So northern Anne Arundel County, this one's a little bit more powerful than the one that's off to the north into northern Baltimore County. So this one continuing to move to the east, 35 miles per hour. We should be over the water here in just the next 20 to 30 minutes or less. I'll give you a quick track, but yeah, in just 45 minutes, it's going to be almost across the bay and even the Bay Bridge. There's something else, folks on the Bay Bridge. You know how scary it is crossing that bridge on a nice day. Don't be out on this thing during this weather. My goodness, why would you do that to yourself? This is not something to mess around with, and the 70-mile-per-hour winds on the Bay Bridge would be absolutely terrifying to most drivers with that bridge shaking like it does. So take this as your warning. Don't be on the Bay Bridge from now for the next, I'd say, at least 30 minutes. There's some of the communities that will be impacted. It will hit Annapolis here by around 3:25, so we're talking in about another 10 to 15 minutes, which then it, of course, will cross the Bay Bridge and the bay at that point. That is not a place that you want to be caught in the middle of this. Just save your nerves and don't do it. All right, so again, some of those communities. Let me give you a few more communities that are in the path. So again, Rock Hall 347, which is pretty much coming up the way. That's right across the bay. but some of the other communities, you see Annapolis, that's still in there at 325, but Riviera Beach 320, Lake Shores 325, and then of course Annapolis right afterwards. We'll do some of the smaller communities in there. That's pretty much all of them moving through. This is a stronger cell that looks like could at least be producing some stronger winds and that very, very heavy downpouring rain. So do yourself a favor, just take a break and let this one go by, guys. Just let it go by. It's not worth to sit there through it. Any further reports or any questions, Jasmine?
No, it's been fairly quiet with reports, so nothing new coming in.
I like hearing that.
Yes, me too. And people are just kind of saying what's happening for them. Getting cloudy in Bel Air, kind of getting ugly in Gambrels, past Westminster. La Plata had heavy rain come through and it just ended. So thank you for your reports that you're giving us. If you have any photos that you want to send, if you can capture damage after it happens, and if you can capture damage safely, we would love to see your pictures. You can go to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in, or you can email us at weather@foxbaltimore.com, and we'll be happy to share your photos and take a look at
we want to see this stuff as it comes in. You got to be able to take your photos safely. I had one person say that a funnel cloud was spotted and they got it on camera, and I just wrote to them, send this to weather@foxbaltimore.com so we can see this. It helps us know what's happening. We are very grateful to those that can provide us this sort of ground truth, because radars and everything out there, the best thing ever is a set of eyes, or even better, trained eyes. And I don't expect everyone out there to be trained storm spotters, because it's not an easy thing. Even for the trained ones, it can be very difficult to spot. But we've got people here that are very well trained to know what we're looking at. So absolutely send us anything that you think that could be of consequence, of interest, and it will also help us be able to know down the road what these storms are capable of, what they're doing. So ground truth is important to us, and the Weather Service wants to know this stuff as well. We need to be able to pass that on to them. So yes, thank you for that, Jasmine. All right, so another 10 to 15 minutes, it's going to pass through Anne Arundel County. I'm giving Baltimore County the all clear, and we could even see this giving the all clear towards Harford County. The warning's officially in effect for one more minute. I would be surprised if they reissued it. It just doesn't look that impressive to me. I'm bouncing back and forth between two separate radars, and each of them is not showing it as potent as before. So that's the good news. The Harford County storm doesn't look so bad. Anne Arundel County is the stronger one by far right now, so we got to keep our eyes on that one more than anything. And the heavy rain that we heard seems to have calmed down. Earlier, Jasmine and I looked at each other. We locked eyes because we saw, or we heard what sounded like thunder. I'm not seeing any lightning strikes. Maybe someone was just moving some furniture around out there, but that's what it sounds like. It was quite a rumble, and whether that was thunder or wind is tough for us to know. We don't have any windows in the studio here to confirm that.
Now, more people are asking about their areas, and we know this, after this line moves through, we're not going to be done. So could you give the viewers an estimate of when to expect that next round of storms?
Yeah, that's if the next round of storms happens. What we are crossing our fingers for, you see all the rain behind this line? All of that behind it could drastically limit what we have coming next. Limit it to the point whether or not it may form at all, or whether whatever comes next could be at an even weaker state than what we're seeing now. That's the hope. The more showers and thunderstorms we have at this point in the day, the better it will be for us later on. We were expecting multiple rounds. The question is which round was going to be the strongest. This may be the strongest round we have to deal with in places like Anne Arundel County, Baltimore City, whereas earlier it was Howard County that had a stronger round one than this one. They had damage reports, several tornado warnings. So far, no tornado warnings on this second round that's coming through now. So the hope is that we continue to see things being limited. But the problem is that all of the data that we have right now that would usually guide us in estimating when that next round would materialize and come in has been very, very poor today. So as we show you some of these shots, I'm going to just step through some of the latest data that we have, but I may be looking at it with a frown on my face because I don't like what it's showing. So let's take a look. Now, this looks a little bit better because it is at least showing the line. So Jasmine and I have been looking at this data all day. This is showing some broken cells behind, which would not be ideal, but that's showing it through 4 o'clock. And then by 5 o'clock, it's showing just some showers lingering. Now here comes the potential of a second line right there. And this is the newest data scans coming in, trying to give us an idea of future radar, what it would look like. If this is the case, I like the way this is looking a lot better, but that could still be a pretty intense line coming through. But I'm still not convinced of this coming through at 9 o'clock tonight yet, Jasmine. And here's something that would be good. If it is going to come through, our temperatures, if they are that cold, we will not be we will not be worried at all about a tornado threat. In fact, a damaging wind threat may even be very, very low because we will just see it too chilly. So we want those temperatures to fall and fall quickly. The more they fall, the less chance of this turning into a more significant line of thunderstorms that could produce more damaging winds. But that is just not guaranteed yet. And so we're waiting to see what's going to happen after this line. And it's all dependent on what happened before and what happened before that. So this is a falling row of dominoes, as you might be able to imagine, and how one domino falls affects how the next domino falls, and the next one, and the next one. So this is a difficult day. Look at that sky. That is amazing. Pretty. This looks like a bit of the underside of the whale's mouth. Are you familiar with that, Jasmine?
No.
All right. So we call this the whale's mouth. I've been a storm chaser for more than 20 years. And on the backside of storms, you can get these awesome hanging clouds right after the leading edge. Now, look at the horizon. Do you see the horizon? That's the leading edge of those dark skies. That's like the edge of a whale's mouth, and then the top, what you see above you, is the mouth sort of swallowing you. It can almost look like a whale is swallowing you with these sort of clouds. That's kind of what it's known as being inside the whale's mouth. Is it dangerous? Not necessarily. Usually, it can just be a very impressive sight. But at this point, a lot of times, the one thing that you need to just be aware of is that there could still be some gustier winds that occur within it. But it's just an impressive-looking sight as a meteorologist. Great shot. Whose shot is that? Is that Jessica's? That's Jessica's. Great shot, Jessica. You guys stay safe. I see the roads are very, very wet. I'm glad that everyone's so far trying to behave themselves. Here's a very empty road. I'm glad to see that. Let's see where this location is. Maryland 100. Pasadena. Okay. So this is an area getting hit by some of the strongest and heaviest rain. Let's get back to the radar. But that's a one shot. You can see traffic moving on at least a 4-lane split in Pasadena. The clock is on top of the...
And speaking of the radar,
yeah.
Can we get an updated look? Because it looks like a lot of tornado watches have been canceled.
That would be great.
So that's great.
Yeah. So here's Pasadena. I'll get to the watches next. Pasadena getting hit by the heaviest rainfall right there at this moment. That's the leading edge of this severe thunderstorm line that's moving through Anne Arundel County. If they're canceling watches, then amazing. I'm love hearing that because the watches were officially out until 7 o'clock. Let's get an updated look on some of the watches really quickly. Shuffling around so quickly, the computer cannot keep up. So one moment, everybody. You know what? I think I still have the separate watch graphic. As you can see, we're still in the middle of... Goodness, the computer's running really slow on me today. Not a good day for that. So here we go. I'm just going to have to bring in a fresh one, I think. Let's show you this right here from our close-up view. I'm sorry, our regional view, and I'll put the watches on top of that because that would be wonderful news. Yes, they have. That's great. So the watch is still in effect for Eastern Shore counties to include this complex of storms. So the Storm Prediction Center is saying that they don't think that next round of storms that we could get later tonight will materialize or be powerful enough for a tornado threat. So officially the watch is in effect until 7 o'clock, but I love seeing that this line of storms coming through should be the end of the tornado threat for all of Maryland once it passes through the Eastern Shore. So right now, Anne Arundel County, you're the last to deal with this on the west side. As soon as this line of storms finishes, then we should be in the clear from that. But all the way for the Eastern Shore, it's got to cross through the Eastern Shore before we are done with our tornado threat for our complete area. That would be wonderful. So we had two things go well for us today. We had Actually, several things. I'm just going to list them. The first, we had a lot of cloud cover around, limiting the amount of warm air. We had showers earlier, also limiting how warm temperatures got and helping to rob these storms. And also we had 2 separate rounds come through instead of one big round come through. So they shared the energy instead of one round hogging it up and getting large. So this is the best case scenario for us with this event so far. And we'll see what's going on downtown in just a moment with Keith. I know he's standing by. But again, I'm glad to see that at least the tornado watches are starting to be dropped. So now this next round that should come through after this one should be at a much weaker state. At the very least, the tornado threat will be down and the damaging wind threat will also be down. But we're not completely done with the potential for more rainfall and even heavy rainfall. So this is great news to hear. And even better news is that we're not hearing about a lot of damage like we did earlier. All right, Keith Daniels live in Fed Hill. I believe he's out there. Yep, he's still driving around Fed Hill and notices on the way towards Locust Point, I think. Tell us what you're seeing.
We are live here at Jackson Street. Gerard, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir, I can.
Yes, sir. We're turning it right on Jackson Street. Look at this. The clouds, for the most part, a lot more clear than what we saw with you, 40 minutes ago or something? A lot more clear here. Just wet roads. Trickling on the windshield, as you may be able to see. The storm not here at the moment, Gerard, so...
Yeah, you're behind it now, Keith. The worst is passed over you, and you're going to just be dealing with light to moderate rainfall. Winds should be very, very light from here on, at least for the next 20, 30 minutes as you're behind the storm. You have sinking air above your head, so that tends to keep the winds a little bit weaker unless we had a line of very intense storms, which we have some stronger severe storms to your south, but not over Baltimore City so much.
Right.
And so it looks like Baltimore City may have fared out very, very well compared to places like southern Carroll County and northern Howard County, which got hit much harder earlier on today.
And can I say this, Gerard, really quickly?
Yeah.
Again, we've made a right on Portrait. We haven't seen accidents, which is good.
That's great news.
Because, you know, typically when people are driving in this inclement weather, that's the perfect ingredient, so to speak, for
crashes.
Car accidents.
Yeah.
People have been keeping a distance, and you may be able to see us. We're pulling up now behind this vehicle. Again, we're on Port. David, can you see the name? That I can't see. Don't have.
Riverside.
Riverside and Port. We're at the stoplight here. Again, people have been keeping their distance, which is always a good thing to do in inclement weather. You don't want to roll up on someone and then have to press those brakes really quickly and then potentially slide into the rear of some vehicles. So all good as far as the traffic accidents, Gerard.
Okay, that's great news. Thank you for that report, Keith. Although, you know, where he isn't everywhere. Keith is everywhere every time he's out reporting, but he is a one-man show when it comes to being able to report things on road conditions. Do we have any cameras that are near I-70 and Highway 29? I do know that there's at least one crash reported there. On the eastbound lanes of I-70. We do have at least one crash reported there. We have a couple other crashes reported around the area. 695 near Frederick Road. We do have some slowdowns, but overall, the beltway of 695 looks a lot better than what it could usually be at this time of the day on a sunny day. So I'm hoping that most people decided to do the right thing and just hang out and not be on the roads. That would be the best news, but we do have at least some sizable crash on I-70 eastbound into town between Highway 29 before 695, so right there before the Beltway. That is a heavily traveled road, especially during rush hour. And another crash near Catonsville on 695. We'll keep our eyes open on our traffic cameras and we'll come back with anything else. But in the meantime, the severe thunderstorm warning has expired for Anne Arundel County. Now it's just left over for Queen Anne's County until 4:30. These storms still have to cross the bay. My hope is that these cold bay waters will continue to kill and crush these storms into oblivion. The bay waters this time of the year are the best help we can get to help crushing these storms down, because just chilly air will help choke these storms away. And maybe we'll continue to see the improvements there. The rest of the area is looking a lot better after these storms pass through Anne Arundel County. We're almost done with it, but at least the severe thunderstorm warning has been allowed to expire or canceled for Anne Arundel County. And now it's just Kent County and Queen Anne's County until 4:30. But that's if these storms survive the trek across that chilly Chesapeake. Now, damage still so far very light and minimal. Glad to hear that. Crashes light and minimal on a day that could have been one of the worst ones we've seen in several years. We are so far faring very well, and we knew that it was going to be a delicate balance of things where we had all the parameters that were likely to bring us the severe weather, but all it takes is one fly in the ointment that can change our outcome for the better. And that's what we were hoping for today. Was it going to be just a little bit too cloudy? Were there going to be just a few too many showers? Would the cold bay waters protect us a little bit? Some people were thinking that the mountains were going to be the protectors. In this case, no. The mountains were not the protectors today. If anything, the chilly bay waters and the showers and storms that we had earlier have been more of a protector because they helped diffuse the charge that was already set and lit for the day. So that's the best thing that we could hope for here. Any new questions or things to report, Jasmine?
No, nothing to report.
Okay.
There have been some reports of flooding, more so in Montgomery County and toward D.C. So no reports for our area at the moment. And for questions, not seeing too much.
Okay, that's good. I'm glad to hear this. This has mostly been the best thing, yeah. And I'm seeing the severe thunderstorm warning that has expired for Anne Arundel County, but you're still going to be encountering some heavy rain, perhaps some gusty winds, but below severe levels. In fact, most of these storms have underperformed. Best thing ever. That's what we wanted. And if we were going to say we're wrong about the severe weather threat, I've never been so happy to say that we were wrong about this because we knew what the potential was going to be today. And we want everyone to be safe more than anything. We want you to be safe more than to be right. So I'm thrilled about that. But every meteorologist in the country was biting their fingernails over today, seeing the parameters so high, so charged with energy, so impressive that we were worried. We were concerned that we could see something far worse today than what we have seen across most of the state, but not everywhere. We have at the very least seen one picture of a funnel cloud, whether or not that one touched down, and we have some reports of damage, but that happened with the earlier round of storms. And I'm going to just do a backup loop of this. So earlier this morning, this is on the radar. I'm showing you around 11 a.m. The first round of storms came through parts of Annapolis, in Anne Arundel County about that time. That may have been a help to preventing storms from being stronger earlier. But look at the first round that moved through Frederick County and then back towards the west into Howard County, into Carroll County. They were powerful. They were tornado warned, and we saw lots of damage, at least reported, along with these storms just as they moved into Baltimore County. They weakened. That was around 12:30, but these storms raced through around lunchtime in that location. We were on the air live covering those tornado warnings. And then it was about what the next round was going to do behind these storms. There it came through, and it was at a weaker state. We were glad for that. It did still produce some severe thunderstorm warnings. Whether or not we saw damage in these locations, we're still waiting to find out. But it's going to take some time to gather, and maybe it will be reported. And in the best case scenario, maybe nothing really occurred. Great news, and we're happy about that. So. Now that these storms are at least weakening and crossing the bay, I think we're going to end the stream for now. We've got to get ready for our 4 p.m. newscast, which is going to start. And you can, of course, tune in to that on Fox 45 as we've been streaming this. But we're going to end the stream, and I hope everyone's been paying close attention. We'll, of course, come back back on streaming or on the air live if there's anything more important to report. Thank you guys for joining us. And hopefully you'll continue to watch here at Fox 45. We'll keep you advised.
to the Amish. They said to turn it up all the way earlier, so that's when I'm doing it.